live, and oh, let's see how this works out.
That's
Are we just
back.
Okay, we are live. All right. So, guys, because you guys are constantly outclassing me, I had to do a thing that Jason Klutz from the Dental Equipment Repair Channel. He one of the first live streams I ever did with him. He wore a kilt. So, guys.
Oh, but what?
Oh, damn. All right. Well, I was going to wear my shirt that has the Pillsbury Doughboy on it, and he's got like a Hitler
Okay.
mustache. He's going like
All right.
this, and it says white flour.
See, I wore a shirt I'm very proud of now, Dad. It's got two gooses doing a fist bump, and it says Goosebumps.
Oh, excuse me, guys. All right, so here is the true test. See, we're coming up on the half hour before. All right, guys. Here's what we have to verify. We have to verify that somebody's hearing this audio on the stream. All right. So
Well, I can go to my phone.
I'm gonna take my headphones off for a moment, and I'm gonna log in on my phone, and let's see how this works.
I'm on the phone right now, and I hear it.
Damn, wearing a kilt.
Balls.
How the hell?
Do you have anything on underneath that?
I mean, I got my. It's not really a T-shirt kind of hat, so.
Headphones off for a moment, and I'm gonna log in on my phone, and let's see how this works.
I'm on the phone right now, and I hear it.
Yes.
Damn, wearing a kilt.
Balls.
How the hell?
Do you have anything on underneath that?
Standard attire, sir. Standard attire.
Ooh. Appropriate response, scary concept. We'll leave it at that.
It's not really that scary.
Might all change after you get a couple drinks.
Yeah.
Okay, so what do you guys got today on the menu?
Oh, you mean for beverages?
So for me, I've got Porteño, 21 year, and this is a rum. It's a Colombian rum though, and this is an unopened bottle. It's gonna be fantastic.
You guys are too classy.
Yeah. So I got the Japanese Fuji whiskey.
Oh, really? I'm curious about that
Bear
one.
Fight. And I just bought it, and then I also have a bunch of PBR in the fridge, so I'll class it down for us.
All right.
Yeah.
Let's see. I've got it's about a double. So I figure, what a better way to get it started than to start with a double.
Oh, so we're going live, right? Like I thought it was at 7. We're going now.
No. It's actually live right now.
All right, cool.
But I mean, technically I wanted to wait till 6, but I figured we were gonna have to like fight the stream for a while. So I'm just gonna go ahead and start posting the link to social media now and telling them, hey, let's do this.
Right. Well, let me go get my glass.
Yeah. Come on, man. Jeez.
I didn't need to go buy whiskey. I haven't. This will be the first time I've drank liquor since the kid was born.
Really?
Really?
Deal. I kind of like gave my kidneys a break.
Your kidneys, not your liver, just your kidneys.
Or whatever, kidneys, liver. They'll,
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's all the above.
All right. Well, while D2's getting his glasses, I'm gonna try and catch half a breath of fresh air.
That's all right, guys. Do what you gotta do. We've got a little bit of time, and I am posting the link right now so that people can sign in and join in. And you guys would not imagine all the emails and stuff I get like every day. This is almost getting crazy.
hey, Justin, you going to HTMA next week?
You mean yes? Is that next week?
At the 19th.
The week after? Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I meant. My bad.
Oh, of course, absolutely. And honestly, I seen they did really good this time. they did really good for a couple different reasons. One is they marketed it correctly. All right,
Yeah.
they actually showed where they're going to be, and they did the walkthrough ahead of time, and that looks like a really good venue. At first, I was thinking this venue is not going to be that good,
Yeah.
you know, because it's like a pizza place, and I was like, holy cow, they have a second
Well,
floor.
yeah, and it's separated from the general public.
Oh my god, that's so awesome.
Honestly, the main thing I appreciate is they gave enough notice.
Oh,
last
yes.
time I felt like it was like not enough notice.
There we go. That's a little bit better. I've got my camera now set up on my oscilloscope. So right now, I've got my very comfortable chair here, so I can actually kick back. Normally, I would be much lower. This bench is very high. My audio equipment's very high. So what I had to do is, before the show, I had to run around and get a bunch of ammo cans. I've got ammo cans and then a couple sheets of like 3/4 inch plywood and then my chair. So this is where we're at, man. And it's a obviously very stable base. It's very heavy. So we're doing good there.
Yeah, and they look nice behind me, but the other side of my office it's a mess.
See? And that's the part that people can't see.
Because I got a lot of things going on. I just finished
Yeah.
doing the review, and I still got to do True Asset with them.
Okay.
So I got all that tablet and all that crap up against the wall, and then I got a little Lego build project.
So
on
you're
my-
doing True Asset with Pronk?
Yeah, they
Okay.
wanted me to do like a, get my take on it and just kind of go over it.
Have you guys
Yeah.
ever used True Asset professionally or?
No.
Okay. So
But
We
I-
do.
I have looked at it, at the expo in Houston.
Yeah.
Which I thought it was really cool. They were willing to partner with each other, to make capability.
yeah. No, it's very smart, especially as an underdog. So, I mean, there's pluses and minuses to everything, right? And they're a much more economical option, web-based, works very well, very fast. I wish that they'd improve some of their searching options, their criteria. I love searching, and there's a few things that drive me absolutely crazy because, like, I just got my field service report actually finalized, so it has a monetary value. So there's a monetary value that's associated with the work order. So I have minimum labor hours, I have travel hours associated per account, and you can build that in. It's actually really cool. But when you complete a work order, that work order fucks off. It's like, what is going on? When you close a work order, I would like a little checkbox in the close box that says generate field service report.
Wait, so you're saying you can't find the work order after it's been closed?
But why would you have to? I can, because I've gotten very good at writing stuff down, But the fact of the matter is if you close a work order and you say that it's billable, like in the closed dialog box, okay, so usually when you close a work order, you generate a field service report. It's an official breakdown of the costs and stuff. Mm-hmm. And since I'm already checking boxes, I had my guys refer back to the guys at True Asset and tell them, hey, when we're closing work orders, there should be a checkbox there that says generate field service report, because the traditional workflow is you close the work order and then you have to find the work order someplace else, the one you just had. And then you have to you open the closed work order and then click generate field service report. And it's like,
Okay.
why did I have to take all those
Put
steps?
that on the list to look at. I have not had a chance to dive in the True Asset yet.
Yeah, it's completely fixable. So that's why I'm not really bitching about it.
For the review purposes, so they sent me the little brother printer they used to print out the tags
Yeah.
for a True Asset. So I basically used one of those and stuck it on, just so I could scan it with the Mobilize app.
Mhm.
I thought the Mobilize app was pretty cool.
It is.
I think the number one thing I recommended it for was like people that are looking for an economical situation,
Mm-hmm.
or maybe trying to start their own biomed business because they can get them up and running, since it hits a lot of key aspects like what an ISO CMMS might do.
Yep.
It's got your test equipment, calibration date, does everything real time. I thought that was pretty cool. So, and the
See-
fact that you can run it off your phone and tablet and stuff. So
I'm going to open up. Oh, come on.
I was excited to do that review, man. That review's been in the bucket for like since Houston.
Well, I definitely look forward to it, man. Because I mean, the thing is, it's not bad by any means. It's just they really need to work with Real Biomeds to perfect the rest. Oh, come on. So I'm trying to get yeah. See, these are the details that I have to work out. I wanted to bring up the chat dialog box, which OBS creates.
Yeah.
But when I minimize OBS, now I'm back to this. And when I just tried in OBS to create a display capture, let's see. Well, you guys can actually see what I'm doing now. So I'm on Zoom stream, display capture, window capture. So I'll hide this one. I'll activate this one. And it's just, oh, tell you what, let's remove it.
It's been years since I've messed with OBS.
Oh, OBS does some cool stuff, and it's just
I know gaming streamers love using it.
you can do a lot of stuff with it. It's very versatile, but you have to set it up, and when you set it up, save it, export that configuration, because it's going to mess up. Application audio capture, excellent.
So, for
yes.
instance, you, me, and Rossman, when we did our live stream, I was using StreamYard because their chat box stays to the side. You can see everything.
I have not used that yet. I think I have a subscription or the demo subscription, and
there's a free one, but even like the step up with that, it's kind of worth it if you want to like have a higher end stream as opposed to like 720. But that's what I've used in the past when I've done live streams. But everything's moving to subscription service now.
It sure is. And that's why OBS is completely free. And that is one of the reasons I've stuck with it, is because if I get pissed off at it, I can take a walk away and then maybe come back later. And I'm not going to be too upset. Let's see. Video capture device. Window capture. Okay. I want to do window capture. Add new. Okay. Zoom meeting. See? It's not finding the video. Why?
So wait, we should be able to see the chat somewhere?
I think it's so he can see it, so he can respond to people.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so basically you're going to see me goofing around on my phone because... did that just do it? You son of a gun. Now I got it. We got it. Okay, now I got the chat. Now I can see you guys, you lovely people.
Can we see the chat, or if we go to the...
You got to go to the actual on your phone.
Okay. What just happened?
But where do we go, Chase?
To the YouTube channel, right?
YouTube channel. There we go. Ooh, look at me all big and bright on the screen.
So can you guys currently see yourselves?
Yes.
That's so weird. Okay, hold on. Because right now, OBS is set up differently.
And by the way, you got to tell me how you do your little 3D graphic that spins and shit.
You know, I absolutely can. I did a video that I showed a couple companies how to do it. And
I was researching, like, I didn't want to spend fucking $20, $30 just for me to make my logo 3D.
You don't have to. It's actually so easy. Okay, hold on. Because right now, OBS is set up. Okay, hold on. I'm posting the link to social media and letting everybody know, hey, this is really happening, guys.
Broken. The heck?
Post.
Turn that down.
They're saying we charged it. Biomed walks in with a smile, plugs it in, takes a bow. Surgical table has gone down. Doctor yelling in the background. Control, pass the hell. Taste
What
up
the hell?
this can't be real. Sparks to the swift flying.
Excuse me.
Equipment slowly dying. Take a gander inside. Battery is melted. Oh, surprise. Biomed, can you fix this? We just went and broke it. Way we need it now.
Liver,
Make
just your
part of hair or
whatever,
skin
kidneys,
now.
liver.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's all the above.
Learn to make our brains hurt.
Well,
I just hooked my coffin last.
Okay.
Breaking things so damn fast.
It's all right,
That's the Biomed jingle.
Lovely. So when I go to the channel, I'm just seeing a black
Okay,
screen.
that is what I needed to see. Okay, so now I can do this. We can do this. And now, after a short pause, it should pop up and we should be good.
So when I go
That's extremely annoying, by the way.
to the channel, I'm just seeing a black screen.
Okay, that is what I needed to see. And here we are. Okay, guys. Well, I can't see the chat, so we're going to have to do it over the phone. So I'll see the chat on the phone, and we'll respond accordingly to people. It should pop up. We should be good. Okay.
So when I go
Here, let me turn my audio down on the phone. Okay. Dustin, you look tired as hell, man.
Oh, I'm
Dude,
Oh, which one of us? D2 or D1?
The answer is yes. It's yes.
what was it?
You look tired, man.
Oh, I'm good, bro. Yeah, just woke up from a nap, so
All
we
right.
like to talk off.
I've had like 2 or 3 espressos and a Red Bull, so I'm probably not going to sleep at all tonight. So let's do this. All right. So the link has been posted. I think we're good. Unfortunately, I can't see the chat. So here, let me just prop my phone up, I guess, and I'll
I see the live chat. Let me. I can see it on YouTube.
Okay, well, I'll tell you.
Yeah.
If you see it, if somebody asks a question, just go ahead and.
Captain just
So
said hello.
the idea is I want to do this better. So this is like a demo, all right? Because I want to get industry experts, like many of you classy gentlemen, and answer people's questions from around the world. Believe it or not, I get many questions every single week. Some of them from doctors in like war-torn lands. Some of them are people on islands. You would not imagine like the amount of people that need help around the world. So this is it's a much bigger picture than the United States. And that's one of the reasons that I was adamant that we figure this out. Let's do this. Because that way there we can get experts on here and we can maybe actually make a real difference. Okay. So let's see here. I don't know if I have to adjust any of my audio levels. It might be a little too high. All right.
Hey, Justin, did you share the live stream on like all the different Facebook groups and stuff?
I did not
If not,
share
I
it
can go
on
ahead and
any
do
of the Facebook groups, okay? I don't know why. I just, Facebook groups,
I'm in the process. I just didn't want us to double dip.
No, it's okay. Let's do it. So I have not downed my double yet.
Oh, we're supposed to down it. Oh. All right.
Well, that was the concept, but
All right. Screw
I
it,
mean,
man.
I'll
Put me in.
toast with you, gentlemen.
I got
Well,
this kit
it's-
that my wife got me.
it's 15 till, so I figure 15 minutes from now, things will be going pretty good. So
Yeah, I just posted it on all 4 Biomed Facebook groups. I know
Well-
you put it on Discord already.
I'm very happy that you guys wanted to do this. Absolutely.
Been wanting
Okay,
to
here we go.
Prost. Nastroviet.
All right. Cheers,
Josh, I'm
gentlemen.
done.
Yes.
Oh, man. See, that's why you got to drink the 21-year-old. Y'all are like, you guys are getting fancy. No, we're not getting fancy. We
so
just know the
smooth.
difference between that bite and not.
Oh my god.
That's how
dude.
you know it's working, though.
Oh my gosh, no way. The smoother, the better. That's why I like the Gentleman Jack. I like the, the Captain Morgan's Private Stock, you know, the real smooth ones. Let's do it.
Actually,
I promise you. Go get this whiskey. It's good.
You know, the crazy thing, so you guys are well aware of different alcohols are made with different products, right? So you've got vodka, which is made often from potatoes. You've got rum, which is made from sugarcane. Beer is barley and hops. Whiskey is normally made from grains, like long grains, and depending on the style and the number of barrels, that determines whether it's a bourbon or just a regular whiskey or whatnot. But and the agave makes the tequila. It's a sugary substance and like an aloe type of plant. Rum just does not give me headaches. It's the craziest thing. Like all those other types, gin. Oh my God, gin's the worst. Although, man, I've had some real fun nights on gin, but it's the worst. So I'm just trying to make it out of this alive, guys.
Yeah, I like gin. A nice gin and tonic on a hot summer day
Oh yeah. I feel that, man. And
or a cold winter's night.
the last time I bubbled the bottle of gin, I didn't remember what happened that night. And apparently, like, we left this duplex and we ran out on the golf course, which was behind the house. And we were out there goofing around on the golf course half the night. In the middle of the night, I had no recollection whatsoever. It was good
Some
times.
of my best nights I don't remember. I just get told about them the next day. So
Yeah, that's dangerous. When you're younger, people just cough it up as, oh, they're just young and dumb. But as we get older, we have to like think, wait a minute, are people going to read about this tomorrow? We have to think about this
true.
kind of stuff nowadays.
Well, it's different too because all of us have kind of built a reputation, so we can't make asses out of ourselves.
Yeah, that kind of sucks sometimes, doesn't it?
yeah,
Me and D2.
yeah, that is our
well,
reputation. So we're
Yeah,
Sure.
exactly.
Are you
We
very-
go hard.
Oh man,
Yeah, you do go hard.
work hard, play hard.
Yeah.
no, that's all good.
Forklift is safe around us or Ben.
Chase was just talking about some upcoming events. Oh, come on. My headphones are cutting out. 2 weeks from now is going to be North Texas HTMA. That's going to be a pretty good event. I'm going to be there.
I'll be there.
I've got a hotel that's right around the corner from the place. So, yeah.
I'm actually I'm getting a hotel as well. So it's about an hour drive from me.
Yeah,
And
not worth
I have
it.
I have a commitment to be at Collin College at 8 a.m. the following morning.
For what?
Yeah,
I'm part of David's advisory board for his biomed program.
Oh, no way.
plus a day away from the baby probably has something to do with that.
Well, I already convinced mom-in-law to come in and sit. So yeah, I get a free night out with the boys.
Man, I'll tell you, one of the most fun things to do is to crash people's biomed programs. Just show up. Just show up and walk in the classroom at the back of the room. Like, I usually let like one person know that I'm going to be there, but that's it. It's usually kind of secret. And then just come in and sit down next to the students in the back of the room. It's the best.
I mean, I've hired a couple of David's students before. Hired a couple of that came from CBET. Actually, just hired a brand new graduate from TSTC recently. Got another one interested. So I love seeing all these new cats getting into the field, man.
There's a lot in there, and the excuse me, that's dry. The demographics are changing. So there's a lot more females in these programs, and I honestly see a lot of motivated people, which is so good. This is so good too. This is so good. Colombian rum. I'm gonna have to remember that. I probably won't, but I should.
I got some stuff I brought back from Belize that's pretty good.
Really? Now I'm curious.
Yeah, let me go grab it.
So here in Texas, we have a place called Specs, and it's a huge, huge liquor store, and you can find almost anything. It's fantastic.
Oh, by the way, I did talk to Rian. She says she'll plan on being there too.
Oh, nice, excellent. She should.
Yeah, I miss Specs, man. That place is awesome. We don't got nothing like that in North Carolina.
You know what's nice about it too is it's never busy. Like you can walk in and like just have your free run of the place.
Yeah, until they call the cops. I mean, that's the problem. All right, let's see.
But
549.
yeah, this is what I got. This one's awesome. It's called Kapali. It's like cocoa infused.
No way.
Really good, organic. Yeah, good stuff. If you can get it,
What?
I'll bring some next time.
Okay. All right. I don't know when I'm going to see you guys next because I won't be at the MD Expo because obviously, you know, the drama that's tied up with that. But
Come on, you don't have drama.
Ah, yeah, dude. You gotta go.
yeah, right.
We'll get you a badge with somebody else's name on it. They'll never know.
You know,
if you've never heard him from Better Obama, he's that dude always, slinging new job opportunities every 3 seconds.
yeah.
Yeah.
So what I was thinking about
So-
doing is going to the event and just sitting outside, like in the hotel, like being a resident at the hotel. And then what can anybody do, right? I'm just hanging in the hallway.
Heck yeah.
It still cracks me up. So Justin, like, there have been a lot of people at Nuvolo who definitely know who you are.
Me?
Yeah. Oh, hell yeah, dude. Because of some of your opinions and thoughts back when you were at Crothall, you know, and
And GE.
It's still and GE. Yep. And I think the way I've always looked at it, everything you've said is fair, but a lot of people, unfortunately, get concerned by that level of honesty, you know? And so it kind of cracks me up. Like, I hope I don't get flagged for this, you know? And either way, I'm on here as a representative of D1.
Well,
Remember that, D2.
D1. Okay, we'll talk about that. Yeah.
so Dustin, here's something that you have to remember. Both those implementations, one was a Crothall implementation, one of them was a GE implementation, and both of them made me want to quit being a biomed. I honestly, even though I have a biomed channel and everything, I wanted to quit because
Yeah.
it made my life so miserable. I would rather go and do something else. And it's not necessarily the software's fault per se, because there is options to customize it. However, it's in those options that create the problem, because people have to commit a certain amount of time, energy, and money into making the product nice. And I was there during the implementation, which is never a smooth process. You have to figure out how the company does business, how we're going to purchase parts and stuff. So, but since then, you guys have had like 2 major revisions, I think, since I put out those
Several.
opinions. So, I mean,
Yeah, several.
it's
And here's what's funny, dude. And I've been with Nuvolo for a little over 3 years now, and I was with Intermountain Healthcare for just shy of 14 years before that. And what's interesting to me is, at the end of the day, 90% of the time it comes back to training. Like, even Chase and I have had several conversations, and I worked with basically the administrator that manages their system. And more often than not, what happens is there's configurations that occur simply because people don't always understand the baseline, right? And when you leverage, and this comes back to any technology, right? And I think that's very important to recognize. When you're leveraging technologies as close as possible to the as built, you're going to experience a lot less headache, right? There's definitely the needs to customize in certain instances, but even after customization, make sure the appropriate training's in place for people to be successful.
So-
And that's the component I feel organizations often miss, is the training aspect of it all.
they did offer three days worth of training. However, any system that requires 3 days of training is not good. And the reason I'm saying that is because yes, there's a lot of options, but my major complaint, and again, this was back then,
Oh, totally.
was that
Yeah.
there was 28 clicks to close the most basic work order. 28, I counted.
Yep.
So 10 work orders is 280 clicks. Think about it, and that's so when people test a system, what I want them to do. No system out there is bad. They all have their pluses and minuses. Nuvolo masters the ability to assign teams and to delegate workloads. Masters it. And there is none like it when it comes to running reports. I can run a report and I can refine that report down to the fact that you spent 2 hours yesterday on one part, and why did it cost you that much? I can refine it down to that as a team leader. They mastered it. But there's so many options. Like, and again, this was back then. Like, there's certain options that were not there at the top of the work order. And as you go down through the work order, you get down at the bottom, you click a box, and then you have to go all the way back to the top of the work order. And now there's another option that's activated. Workload should always be top down, always. So there should never be anything that reactivates out of the screenshot when you click something. So if you click something, it's okay to operate within your screenshot, something new pops up. But you should never have to go all the way to the top. But I mean, the fact of the matter is I know that you guys have had major rollouts, and GE has mastered their rollout from what I've heard, and Crothall has refined theirs. I was just there when both companies, it was bad timing. We'll just put it at that.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah, I've laid off on Nuvolo for a while now because, that's one of the things that me and Chase were just talking about is running reports. I get so frustrated that I can't do keyword searches. I should be able to search through all my work orders for a keyword, and that keyword should be something like a serial number. So let's say I'm doing a work order for a facility, and I'm doing a department work order, and I notice this serial number and this serial number might be something weird about them. So I'll write the serial numbers in my work order for my area sweep, and I can do a keyword search 5 years down the road and find those serial numbers in that work order. I can't do that with some other systems, and that aggravates me. You should always be able to do a keyword search. So I should be able to type in the words broken screen. Or let's see, what the other one should be, negligence or user abuse. So if I do a keyword search for user abuse through all my work orders over the last year and figure out how much money is this hospital wasting on user abuse, I should be able to do it. And I can with Nuvolo. I know I can. Matter of fact, I haven't touched Nuvolo in years, and I bet you I could do it on this day.
We actually just ran that report for a system we're taking care of because we're trying to show them that there's actually behaviors.
Yeah. And especially as a contractor, which both GE and Crothall are, not to mention SPBS, those allow you to charge back if you have a facility under contract. Chargebacks are how you equalize out your funding. So, I mean, it completely makes sense. Now, I haven't seen the system in a while, and I would like maybe someday for Nuvolo to say, hey, like, sandbox it. Maybe me and you, Dustin, sometime sit down and sandbox it, because I seen a demo just today on Nuvolo running automated with, who was it?
Oh, yeah, I saw it was on Discord.
Yeah.
Yeah, I thought that was cool.
Yeah, I just seen it today, and I was like, okay. So Nuvolo's running automated with some sort of manufacturer. I don't know who it was. Fluke? Was it Fluke?
I'm not sure. It was just like
I know they implemented something with Fluke where you could attach your findings with Fluke test equipment to directly to the work order.
Yep.
Oh, we do that too with all of our reports because we have to have our stuff tied for DMV.
In the end, my only goal is to make life easier for biomeds, because a lot of biomeds are leaving the industry. So we have to make their life easier, but at the same time, increase our level of documentation for billing purposes, because we are moving to a third-party healthcare system. Okay? That's all there is to it. I mean, our healthcare system, everything's contracted out. Find me a perfusionist who's not contracted out. Find one. You won't. They're almost all across this entire country contracted out. So that's what I'm saying is, us as third-party vendors, which Dustin isn't included anymore in the list.
Thank God, yeah.
But
I'm golf ball guy.
Well, yeah, it must be nice, those executives. So, whatever.
Yeah, it's a long story there, but
hey, no, that's okay, man.
Going to class.
What I'm saying is, there's a bright future, though. All right. So
Justin, would you want me to bring my tablet so you can see what we've done with Nivolo, or you don't? I
Well,
usually keep it in my car anyway.
one thing about like, I mean, Nuvolo, it's all database, obviously, right? So like
Yeah.
one thing, like there's massive, like SAP did actually a good job with, they actually would put a person on staff for like 3 months after the implementation. Obviously, SAP is a lot more, in depth and a lot more companies use it. It's customized, a lot of
We don't even
companies.
deal with them anymore. We got our guy that codes everything himself.
Yeah.
So that alludes back to what Justin was talking about with time and personnel and training, and all that kind of jazz. But
the chat's going
But with all the
crazy,
people
y'all.
that use software like Nuvolo,
oh
or
yeah, oh shit, we got
every
people,
company is
y'all.
so different that it has to be customizable, and that implementation phase with what they want, which is what is off the shelf project. That's where where the difference is, right? Like that's where the problems happen, is customizing new stuff versus the off the shelf project. And if you have somebody that's kind of dedicated to that, like a median in between the two companies that can help interface with their product versus what that company needs, I think that would be a great asset to have. But it's time and money, and
All right, guys, things are working out. This is going to be the start of the live stream officially.
Oh, shit. All right, cool.
Yeah,
We're doing it
guys.
live.
So, guys, sorry, everybody. We had a half hour to set up, and we just did it more efficiently than we were expecting. So, if you've been following us this whole time with conjecture, I apologize, but that's okay. So, we figured out all the bugs. Today, we've got Dustin Smith, we've got Dustin Zimmerman, and we've got Chase, better known as the Bearded Biomed. So, guys, starting left to right, Dustin Smith, can you please tell us about yourself and introduce yourself to the audience?
Dun, 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 dun.
Yeah. Thanks, Chase. So I'm Dustin Smith. I am a certified healthcare technology manager. I also hold my master's in business administration. I spent just shy of 14 years with Intermountain Healthcare. And the last role I held there, I was the director of central support with healthcare technology management. So I managed business analytics for HTM, assisted with facilities, EBS, and safety and security. I had a service coordination center where we would process roughly 100 calls a day for imaging, sterilization, and dialysis, and also a contract manager and an inventory program manager. So big scope, right? And about 3 years ago, I got picked up by Nuvolo to assist with really their CMMS for healthcare, and that's also expanded into an integrated workspace management solution. So I love healthcare. I've worn a lot of hats in my career. I love healthcare technology management. I came into this space a little bit later in the game. I'm a data and business process guy. So my background, largely analytics, as it ties into compliance and making groups successful. And
Excellent.
I also go by D1.
D1.
Because we've got another Dustin on the call, so just want to.
You can thank me for that.
Yeah.
All right, Dustin Zimmerman, D2. What's going on, man?
So I'm Dustin Zimmerman. I've been in the industry about 20 years. Me and Justin actually met in Germany. We both were in the military at Landstuhl Regional Medical Center. We worked together out there. That's how we met. I worked for Crest coming out of the military as an imaging engineer, and then was the manager for some people down in Corpus Christi area. Then started my own company, did that for 2 or 3 years, worked for PartSource for a couple years, taught at RSTI and ran their service division for 3 years before I went to Avanti. My last position, I'm officially retired for a year from the industry right now, but my last position was vice president of advanced repair and technical solutions, which is basically engineering at Avanti. I left there in July, I believe, so just went back to school to get my computer science degree. So
No kidding. Awesome,
yeah,
man.
yeah.
Hell
I
yeah.
don't have to read in it, but it's pretty easy.
No, that's okay. Because you already have 1 degree, so I mean, you're actually doing well already.
Yeah, GI Bill, man. Use it or lose it. So I
Oh
was like,
yeah, I feel it. Trust me. I'm in the stage right now where I'm probably going to send mine to my kids. I think we'll figure that out. But
yeah, I tried to. I couldn't. I don't know how long you did, but I had to do 10 years, or I couldn't. I only did 6, so I couldn't give it to my kid, or I would have done that. So
oh really? I didn't know. But we'll talk offline. I didn't
Yeah,
know
all
that.
right.
Interesting. I did 9.5 years. So
Oh, you might be good then.
okay, Mr. Chase, the beard biomed.
Justin did extra credit in the Army. You either get out at 8 or it's extra credit at that point.
No, mine was unexpected, sir. Unexpected exit from the military.
So yeah, start out. I guess my career started at, biomed school in the U.S. military back when it was in Wichita Falls, Shepherd Air Force Base. I got to be one of the lucky few to break down all the I think it was Block 12s, all their tents and crap, so everybody can go have fun in San Antonio. But yeah, that was 2009, 2010. So
Oh,
I'm
jeez.
coming on almost 15 years in the field now, which is kind of boggling to me. So yeah, I did 8 years in the Army as a biomed. Came in as a private, left as a sergeant. I got to feel the warm embrace of NCOage before I got to leave, and left me determined to actually work on equipment again. So got out into the civilian world, joined up with SPBS after applying to 30 different positions all across Texas and 1 position in Oklahoma City for SPBS that was willing to hire me, which is kind of funny because at the time I had biomed training. I also had an associate's degree in electrical instrumentation. Could not even get an interview. I got 2 interviews.
Wow.
Yeah. So that still hard for veterans to get jobs.
Well, Chase, I'm just telling you. So I completely relate. As I said earlier, I had a dramatic last-minute exit from the military. Mine was because I had a spontaneous pneumothorax, number 2, and because my lung collapsed, I had to leave. You're no longer deployable, and you have to leave. So I applied to over 100 jobs, and I got so many denials. It's not even funny. That's why I'm like an absolute expert at interviewing. And what doesn't make sense?
You get so sick of the OEM spreadsheets and crap.
Yes.
The little cover letter and everything.
Upload your resume, and then you have to go ahead and type it in completely, and that's just for 1 job at 1 hospital. Yep. And you're applying 100 times. So for 6 months while I was on medical hold, I was sitting there filling out applications and all those rejections, which is crazy because this isn't even a topic that we were going to schedule for today. But nowadays, if you are a veteran and you are leaving service, you are scooped up instantly. People are fighting for veterans today. It was not that way a few years ago.
Because the expertise.
It's crazy. And you would think that they would have fought for us back then. Yeah.
Oh yeah. Too. But yeah, I think we all definitely would want to get into that topic too. But just to finish out, I guess the resume. Yeah. Still been with SPBS. I think I'm coming up on year 7 in January. Actually going to be moving into management, so not going to be in the field as much, but that's because I've found some really good young technicians that are, taking on the job and slowly able to start taking some of my workload off of me so I can be sane again. As you alluded to, Bearded Biomed, it is the Bearded Biomed podcast, Spotify, Apple, and of course YouTube. Don't do exactly what Justin does. I mean, he's already a master of that realm, so I just more kind of just bring light to different topic points within the field, interview key individuals. Just started season 3 up back in September. First episode of season 3 interviewed Herman McKenzie, the Joint Commission Director of Plant Operations, which was really cool. And then we just did a review on Proc. So it's been exciting. I can't believe I'm already at season 3. I just started YouTube a year ago, and I'm already over, I think, 10,000 views, which is kind of cool. I know you hit your 15,000 subscriber
This week.
Yeah. Congrats, man. That's badass.
Yeah. In the same week, I also hit 1 million views, which,
Damn.
yeah. Well, I
I'm at
mean,
7, I think. So that's pretty cool.
so right now,
But the,
I don't know. The numbers are like 40,000 something, 42,000 views a month. I don't know. None of that really matters. What matters is the fact that now we're shining a very big light on something that most people had no idea about. So the only people that used to take a plunge into clinical engineering or biomed were people that were risk takers. I don't know about you guys, but I didn't really know what I was getting into when I signed up for this. What about you guys?
No. And just say that it's not like, I know it's not big to you, but that's big to the field, that you have 1 million people that looked at videos that, like, this field is so small that and a lot of the people that look at these are people that probably aren't in the field, right? So you're, giving exposure to the field that, getting people to get in this field that had no idea what it was. And that's a huge thing. So
still to this day, the most rewarding thing to me is when people actually will reach out to me. I've had a few walk up to me and said, I joined the field because of an episode I watched of yours.
Isn't that amazing?
Like, it's the best fucking feeling in the world. Like, nothing has trumped that. Well, except my son being born.
I completely completely relate. And we all, every single one of us, loves when people write us or even ask questions. Because if you ask questions, we don't necessarily know the answer, but we know people that probably do. And as long as you're asking questions, that means you're interested and that you're curious. And if you're interested and curious, you're going to go amazing places in this career field.
60% of the time
So
works every time.
one of the things that always cracks me up is when it comes to getting into this field, I'm about as non-traditional as it gets, right? I got here because I was managing the budget of healthcare technology management from a strategic and a system-wide perspective, and I knew how to manage personnel from largely a data perspective. And so there's ancillary skills that can basically give you insight to transition over, and you can be extremely successful. It then becomes trusting others within the space and figuring out how to appropriately resource them. And one of the things that brought me tremendous joy is I had a friend who was a garage door technician, right? And when you look at the electronic skills that are necessary within this field, he had a strong foundation, and we spent a ton of, we took medical anatomy and physiology together back in high school, and that was always an interest of his. And so there's a lot of opportunity here to bring others into this amazing field that have no idea exists. Nobody knows this area exists. I was actually meeting with HOSA students. Are you guys familiar with HOSA?
No?
I'm not.
Okay, so you should be. All right, let me start with that. So HOSA is basically like the medical nerd community of high school and junior high students.
Yes, I know what you're
Yeah,
talking
yeah.
about. Yeah, they have a competition, don't they?
Totally. Yeah.
Okay.
I took 8th in state for medical spelling back in 2006. Okay. I'm a fucking nerd. But
That's
so
I'm going to use I cut my camera off real quick because I had to run to the closet. I'm going to use your point that nobody knows we exist to do a shameless plug real quick if everybody doesn't mind.
Wait, are we just ignoring the fact that he said he had to run to the closet? Like, what did he go to the closet for?
He's got a weak stomach. You know what
That's
happens
where I
when people
keep all
get
the equipment
older.
I can't fix that I like to beat,
Okay, all right.
up on.
Fair enough. I was
So, for anybody interested in teaching children about the biomed field, or kind of just letting people have a Barney style of what we do, I actually wrote a children's book called Ollie the Biomed, and just gives a day in the life of a biomed, fixing different things in a fun and rhythmic style. It's available pretty much anywhere: Barnes & Nobles, Amazon, Target.com, Walmart.com, whatever. Just Google Ollie the Biomed, you'll find it. And yeah, hope you enjoy it. Thanks.
I read that to my kids, man.
Yeah, I wish it would have came out like 10 years ago. I can't read it to my teenager because he's.
You've got a teenager? You got to be
Yeah.
kidding me! Oh my god!
Dude, I
I
swear to
remember
God,
when you had kids,
take a
man.
video of you reading it to him.
I will do it,
Freaking hilarious. You read to almost a grown man.
dude. I'll do it. I'll do it tomorrow and post
Like,
it.
set him right next to you on the bed, like Papa style. Just be like, all right, son.
So, but
But
go.
you know what? Oh, sorry. Go ahead,
Go-
Dustin. Go ahead,
Yeah.
D. Well, you're D1. You got to go before me, apparently. So.
Also, to continue the shameless plug, right? Amazing book. Okay. But going back to it, one of the things that was very interesting when I met with these high school students on Tuesday this week is only 40% of them knew the field existed, which was a hell of a lot better
Yeah, that's higher
than
than
I
I expect.
expected. Yeah, it was actually pretty good. But at the same time, when it comes down to fulfillment, you can get a huge portion of the clinical high working within this space, because what you do in regards to patient care is so critical. And that's what's always provided me a tremendous amount of satisfaction, because when I was in HOSA in high school, I always wanted to be a doctor. But unfortunately, due to the personal circumstance and other opportunities, I just didn't have the means to get there. And I'm so grateful that I landed in this space today. And I've met like-minded folks like yourselves, So important consideration.
Just didn't want to go to school that long. I understand.
No, that's cool, and it's interesting that you brought that up, because I know that they have like a very large competition here around Dallas, Chase, and that's why I was asking about the competition, because it sounds amazing. I never knew that existed until the guys over at CBAT College brought it up, and the fact that they are getting more interfaced with HOSA, and I was like, what the heck? I love talking to kids. Even if they never want to get into our career field, they're very curious. And if they're curious, if you can spark a little concept in their brains, maybe someday those guys will grow up to be something amazing. Just one little spark. And they don't have to be a biomed. Maybe one of them goes on to design cell phones or something. Who knows? But it starts with a spark, And I never knew that existed until somebody brought it to my attention a couple weeks ago.
Apparently, Bill was talking about that the name HOSA is actually going to be changing soon.
Okay.
I don't know what the heck it's going to turn into, but it's the same concept. I think I don't think we're tapping into the the school visits as much as we should as a field in general.
I agree. And in fact, I know you can't really see it. I have an AC and a DC. There's my DC board. So my concept is to go into schools and show people with a multimeter. Like, I've got a series of the more inexpensive multimeters, and I'm going to show people how to troubleshoot AC and DC logic. And when they complete the class, they get to keep the meter. So, and the hope is you teach them a skill that they can use the rest of their life, because this ain't changing. And when they're done, they get to keep the meter. And when they keep the meter, they're going to go home, they're going to start checking other things, and it creates a spark. That's what I want to do, is that exact same type of thing, is to just spark interest and curiosity. And once you've done that, that person will go on to
getting
do
them
something.
involved in that point too. So when people are invested in something, they're more likely to explore more.
Absolutely. Absolutely. You've taught them a lifelong skill and you give them a tool. So now when you have a skill and tool, you have empowerment. And when somebody's empowered, they will go on and they will do other things. But that's actually the problem with what I believe is modern day society, is that kids are not empowered at all. In fact, we try to remove power from kids and say you're not capable of doing this or that. I mean, for safety's sake or privacy's sakes or whatever. I mean, there's the Karens of the world. They're trying to protect these kids. And I don't know about you guys. I was born in 1980. I was absolutely reckless on a farm in Michigan. Probably more so than I deserve. I should have been arrested several times over. But I was doing things like hacking the local phone network. I was doing all sorts of stuff that I probably shouldn't have done. But that is what generated the spark of interest, and that's why I'm here today. So,
No phone book was safe from Justin.
not a single phone book.
Sorry, my dog's going crazy, but that's funny because I was I think 10 or 11 years old when I got my ham radio license, and I learned there's this thing called auto patch, so I could basically use ham radio to go into the phone network and make long distance phone calls for free over what's called auto patch.
What?
And I was like 10 or 11 years old. Yeah, my license expired now. I can look it up. I was N0. I still remember my call sign. It was N0SEF out of Kansas.
What?
Yeah.
You nut. I didn't know that they could do that. So back in the day, there was pulse dialing, and then we moved into the digital circuitry side. So then it became a digital connection point to point. It used to be an analog connection. And that's when I used to do my thing. But man, yeah, now you can't goof with it. It's a digital connection nowadays. But wow, that really dates us. Anyway, guys, we do have some sort of topics that we should be following. This is amazing, guys. I love talking to you guys. So one of the things that Dustin, you said that you wanted to talk about is the expo and recruiting in our field. And obviously this is a huge problem. It's a huge problem. We've kind of, talked about it a little bit already, but what do you guys think about that? I mean, I try and encourage people that are even slightly interested in biomed coming into the field on my own dime. I supported Louis Rossman coming to the MD Expo that was out here in Houston, because he's got a very wide viewer base. He's one of the largest channels out there on YouTube for repairing electronics. And I thought, if we can just inspire a few people, which we did, to get into biomed, there's a lot of people that repair like cell phones and stuff that have electronics engineering degrees and stuff. And if they just took a little bit of interest, they could easily migrate into biomed or imaging. And a couple of them did. They wrote me. So I guess that was a success. But so we all have our own concept over, recruiting and whatnot. What do you guys think?
I'll start, I guess. So like to give an example from my career, like when I was leaving from Germany, which is obviously, this was 2010 when I left. So obviously, technology's changed since then. We didn't have, Zoom and Teams to do, basically virtual interviews online. So shout out to Stevens International Recruiting, which did a lot for the military. Biomed's coming out. I think they did a good job. But there's a lot of people that are jumping in the field to monetize it, that don't care about the people and don't, they're looking to make money off of us.
Very much so.
But I think there's good recruiters out there and there's bad recruiters out there. I think it's I think it's something that is a good thing overall.
Fees are getting silly.
What's that?
Percentage of recruiting fees for finding folks for
It's ridiculous.
They're like, it's asinine at some point.
It's 20 to 30%.
Yeah. Oh, I saw one that was 40.
Jesus.
40% of the first year's salary, or
Yeah.
yeah.
And unfortunately, we didn't even bother interviewing the guy just because it was just like, it doesn't make sense at that point. It's not financially feasible.
Yeah. To me, like if they don't like person who's applying for the job, so the recruiter's working directly with the employer and the the prospective employee. If those two don't talk directly, like I think there should be transparency there, like where they know what they're getting. It's like a union, right? So the union can negotiate on behalf of the people in the union, but the union employee shouldn't have to be forced into, taking a salary or going on strike. They should be able to make their own decision. So like for them to like not involve the prospective employee in that decision and say, hey, this is what you were offered. Do you want it or not? Because it might be a better place. It might be less money, but in a better place for them. Like I feel like a lot of them, the recruiters are in it. Some of the recruiters, not all of them. I don't want to put everybody in the same category. Are in it to get the biggest fee for themselves, and they leave the decision making out of it for the people that they're representing. And
Most of them are in it for the fees. Do you know I stirred a pot because, well, multiple reasons why I did it, but I obviously been doing recruiting for the last couple of years. I've helped probably, I don't know, 50 to 100 people find jobs. It's been a lot. But I did a post last week, I think, where I said, anybody that's hiring non-recruiters, let me know. I will get you access to my list of candidates across the country. Well, one of the recruiters wrote, and she was a little upset. She actually wrote me privately and said that it's rude that I wrote no recruiters. She actually wrote me that. And the whole time I'm thinking, you never offered me anything for giving you the candidates. They don't give a shit about me. I'm going to tell you guys that right away. They don't give a shit about me, and I put a lot of work into this. They don't put hardly anything into it. I put a lot of work. I talk to people. I see what their skill set is. I read their LinkedIn. I get their resumes. I put a lot of work into each and every person that I can to figure out what their aspirations are. And these recruiters try and take advantage because it's an easy payday. I have a list right now of about 94 to 95 people that are currently searching for work in the United States, and recruiters are just hunting for that, right? Because it's an easy payday. But the fact of the matter is they don't want to give me nothing. And I have spent thousands, if not tens of thousands of my own dollars building up this channel and going around talking to high schools. I talked earlier about giving out meters to people and empowering them, giving them the ability to troubleshoot and stuff. It costs money to do that. So whatever money comes in from the channel, I spend it immediately on programs and things to encourage people to get into this career field. And those recruiters don't want to give me nothing. I'm not even trying to get rich. Okay, I have a full-time job.
The majority of we've used recruiters. All the business I've been in, we've used recruiters, and a lot of those candidates that come in end up not working out. The best candidates come from recommended people by people in the field, like an employee of ours that says, "Hey, I got my buddy who's really smart. He does computers. He does this. He's just graduated high school, but he's takes shit apart." Like, you bring them in and train them. Like, it's not about it's about the want and and that's a whole nother topic about, like, I think we try to there's a certain thing that we're looking for. Like, you don't need to look for this. So he needs to have this experience. If you have a smart kid that's 19 years old that likes to take shit apart, and you put him in our field for 2 years, he's going to be fucking amazing.
Yeah.
Versus, I think that we kind of do it wrong. And yeah,
Church.
I don't put all recruiters in the same category, because there are good recruiters, but there's people when they have no idea what our field is and they just learn about hey, I can, it's
Easy
kind
money.
of a high paying field, especially for imaging, and they can get 20-40% in some cases, I guess, and they don't have any idea what they're doing, and they're not involving the people in the decision-making process. Like, the guy didn't even know that he got a job offer and it's turned down already. That's bullshit, man. So I think the process needs to change. And the best people that you get are referrals from people who say, "Hey, yeah, this guy's fucking smart. Let's hire him."
I completely agree. 100%. 100%.
D2 nailed it, right? So there's a couple of things he said that are absolutely critical. Like, have passion and have a base skill set, right? When it comes to getting an educated BMAT, right? For the most part, they're still coming from the military, and there's a handful of skills within the United States. And this is slowing us down if we're pursuing actual like BMATs. But at the end of the day, that's not actually what we need. We need ambitious people with a core skill set who can come in and hang out with one of the three of you. Unfortunately, I don't have that core skill set. You know what I mean? I can't go work on medical devices, and that's okay because I serve a different purpose within this industry. But when it all comes down to it, in terms of bringing in new blood, we need to think bigger. And that's always been my concern is, again, my good friend who was a garage tech, when I first sent the job description to him, he said to me, I don't think I'm qualified, which is bullshit. He was more than qualified, and he is crushing it day in and day out because he had that foundational anatomy and physiology background from high school. It was light, but at the same time, day in and day out, he's learning more. And when we start to actually open the boundaries as far as day one expectations, this gap that all of us are about to experience as far as staffing becomes a hell of a lot easier.
Yeah, and that kind of leads into, obviously, Chase, you get to go next, but that leads into the training thing is who do we train and what dictates that? Like, I would rather have somebody who doesn't know anything about the field, that's hungry and smart, than somebody that's been in the field two years that, that's lazy and thinks he knows everything.
Well, if I'm a
You
go,
invest, as a company, if you invest in the other person, that person in 2 years, 4 years is going to be way more valuable than the other guy.
I need to refill my whiskey if I'm a go because
Yeah. Well, you guys make some amazing points.
I agree with all of them.
Yeah, 100%. Some of
I'm
the
gonna
best
throw some
biomeds,
shade.
some of the best biomeds I ever worked with were never biomeds. One of them was an electrician. He had his license. Another one was a previous businessman. He was just diligent. He was organized, and he was methodical. And those guys were amazing. I miss South Carolina in so many ways.
So, being in the management position I am in now, for the past several years, I have been doing a crap ton of interviews, sifting through resumes, looking for personnel. And some of it scares me because, one, a lot of people still do not know the definition of what we do, or, I'll get even at your companies, whatever, you would get resumes for stuff of people that they don't even know what they're applying to. They just see an open job and they shoot a resume over, and they damn near probably didn't even graduate high school sometimes. I got it was last year. I got a resume for a dude that was an ice cream salesman. No electronical experience whatsoever. Electronical. That's how you know this is working.
Yeah.
No, where I want to get into, because I agree with everything that everybody said. My concern is sometimes the curriculum of the biomed programs out there, because I have hired several technicians which are no longer with us because they do not know how to troubleshoot worth a damn. Like, they are just, it's like you can somewhat teach troubleshooting skills, but for the most part, some of it is inherent. It's you being able to process and, break down and flow from one segment of the problem to the other.
Mhm.
I remember one guy, it couldn't make sense for him. Like the PM aspect of biomedding, like you can teach that to damn near anybody. It's for the all intents and purposes, as long as you can understand how to use test equipment and what you're testing on device, it can, again, you still need the schooling or whatever, but the troubleshooting aspect of it, I've had some to where they could not determine, okay, I don't have power to something. Maybe I should check the power cord first. They just looked at me like, I don't know. It's not turning on. Okay, well, what do you want to do? And they wanted me to hold their hand. And to some aspect, I pour every damn thing I got into a tech. Our skill tree kind of breaks it down to like, so we'll hire somebody, right? And they literally shadow me every single day, 8 hours a day or more, depending on the job, for 3 months straight, with me every single day in the field, seeing how I do it, seeing how I work. And then at that 4th month, they're released to kind of start soloing it on their own, because by then they should have some monicum of how the CMMS works, kind of we don't throw them into like a giant facility. We'll kind of like, do some incoming inspections, run some repair calls, do some small clinics, just kind of get them comfortable. And some of the recruits that I'm getting from some of these local biomed colleges, they didn't even know how to do an electrical safety.
Wow. You know
That
something?
scares me a little bit.
But it's fixable.
It is.
That's the crazy thing. And that is one of the reasons why, obviously, I'm a little biased about YouTube. But I could show anybody with a 5-minute long video how to do that one task. But so, Chase, I got in a disagreement with a Biomed 3, a fellow Biomed 3, about electrical safeties. And I told him I bet my entire paycheck that not a single person on staff could do a correct electrical safety per NFPA 99, because every single step is written out. Like, you must do this, you do that, do this. Every single step is written out. Almost nobody does it correctly. I would bet my entire paycheck that people aren't doing it correctly. And me and this Biomed 3, we actually got in a confrontation. I did a video on it a long time ago, whereas he said, "What's NFPA 99?" And I turned and I walked away. I swear to God.
Biomed 3 didn't know what fucking NFPA 99 was.
I swear to God. Every hospital, technically, according to your equipment management plan, should follow a different version of NFPA 99. A lot of them still follow 2012.
Yep.
Some of them follow 2021. But if you follow 2021, it needs to be written in your plan that that's what you follow. Because I ask them the follow-up question, what year do you guys follow? And there's
Most of them got 2012.
there's a big question mark above their head. 2012 was one of the most rigorous versions. But obviously 2012 was freaking 11 years ago. And at that time, they were very stringent upon relocatable power taps. And also they were very stringent on electrical safety standards when it includes computers. And so a lot of the standards were really tight. That was the 0.3 ohms and stuff, whereas now it's like 0.5. And that's because computers and stuff generate a lot of extras. We have a lot of power strips and stuff inside equipment towers where we never used to. So it's a different world 11 years down the road. But interesting point, man.
I kind of gauge biomeds as well, new and senior. Senora.
You drinking tequila.
Whenever I've seen two sides of this card, two arguments when it comes to electrical safety, is like, not everything needs an electrical safety. I've heard that argument. And then I've heard, the basis of, I expect my technicians as a baseline on all equipment, unless, obviously, let's say it doesn't got a ground plug. You're not going to, little thing like the little cheap ass light sources and stuff we'll see in clinics and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
I hold them to the fact that at minimum, when you're testing a piece of equipment, you need to look at electrical safety. And then I'll have the argument as, well, it's not going to fail. That's not for you to decide until the day comes that it's not written that we do not have to do an electrical safety. Then we need to abide by that and continue upholding that policy. Otherwise, what the fuck are we doing?
I agree. I think most electrical safeties are bullshit.
I know it's tedious and boring.
And I can say that
understand
most of them are absolute bullshit. Because electrical safety, the entire standard was written at a time when most devices were powered by AC solely. The switch mode power supply made moves back in the early 90s. But the electrical safety standard for the majority was written back in the 80s with the Ralph Nader thing, which I had a talk with several industry leaders. Bin-Seng Wang has a very interesting speech that he tells about electrical safeties and about how nobody has ever been sued because of a shock of electrical safety failure. So why are we spending all this huge investment in time, energy, and money into electrical safeties? But it's really a CYA, cover your ass.
Yeah.
I mean, and that's really what it is. And if the hospital is willing to invest and it's written into your equipment management plan, then that's what you follow. It doesn't matter what you think.
Do what you say as you do.
Yeah.
So one thing that's interesting to think about, and I would argue is my hot take on a portion of this situation. So Justin, I love what you said about being able to go out to YouTube or alternative areas to be able to find the education necessary to perform certain tests at times or get additional training. The problem with that is, and where I'm curious as to where everyone stands on this call, I continue to see a lack of creativity in the next generation.
Okay.
I think that there's this dependency on I can search for whatever I need. And I do think it's killed some of our problem solving skills. And it really sucks because we get to a point where more often than not, whenever we run into a problem, we reach out to YouTube or other materials that are available to us. And do we still have the necessary skills to actually go through and look at a variety of systems and propose creative solutions to move ourselves forward?
That's a huge point, man. So here's a concept that you guys should all think about. Throughout all of history, every single skilled trade has required a journeyman type of system. Whereas you have a mentor and a mentee. We, as soon as biomeds graduate college, except for the military, it's pretty much a free-for-all. There's little to no guaranteed continued training. The standard is actually pretty low. And what do you get? The reason I do live streams is because people see my process. The whole reason that we have a journeyman system with electricians and plumbers and all those other skilled trades, machinists, is because you watch somebody's process. Watching somebody's process is completely invaluable. I go on YouTube all the time to watch other people's process. Today, I was watching somebody that was machining some parts, and it was amazing because I was like, hey man, that's awesome. How he centered his parts and made sure he quality checked and everything. I watched that. You have to see how somebody does what they do in person in order to improve yourself, to see the standard. And that's what the journeyman system does. If you're in construction, electrician, whatever, even masonry, they have a journeyman system. Whereas you follow somebody and they give you a task, and you delegate the task to somebody, and you try and complete the task, and they watch you. And furthermore, you see how they complete the task as as a professional. We just don't have that, and that's one of the things I absolutely am going to start doing more live streams, because I want people to see the process. Sometimes the process sucks, all right? Sometimes things break.
That's the importance of the live stream, is seeing them. If you live stream it, you see, because we all mess up. I've blown shit up, you've blown shit up, right? So seeing that you make mistakes during that process too is just as important as, if you edit out all the stuff that you did wrong, that's not good for them too, because everybody makes mistakes. We all do it. So.
Of course. I actually had this conversation just today that I break more stuff than ever before, but I do more stuff. I mean, look behind me. I do all sorts of stuff. I break stuff. But in the breaking of stuff, back in the day, before medical equipment, by the way, I would get frustrated and I would throw my tools around the room or something. Mind you, this was before medical equipment. But as you gain skills, and skills become tools in this toolbox up here. As you gain skills and tools, you start seeing every single problem as an opportunity instead of as a major shutdown.
I fucked it up. Man, I'm about to learn something.
Yeah.
Yes, yes.
I would say there's more knowledge learned by mistakes than by doing it right.
100%. And that's what I want people to get straight, is every single one of us, we're some of the leaders in our fields, and every single one of us messes things up constantly.
That's one of the first questions I ever asked when I interviewed somebody was, tell me like what you messed up and how you fixed it. And if somebody said I'd never mess anything up, then I just end the interview and I'm not hiring them.
Yeah, they're lying.
Every one of
100%.
us does something.
That they didn't contribute effort, or they're lying. One or the other.
They're too afraid to let themselves be vulnerable to the fact that we all make mistakes.
Yeah.
It's not even, some mistakes are necessary though.
Yeah.
I mean, because if you have a fastener that you're tightening down and you're like, I don't know, it's starting to feel like maybe it's starting to give, but you give it a little bit of extra, or maybe you're trying to get a fastener out and you're like, I don't know if I should apply some heat, and instead you just give it a little bit of extra effort and it snaps off. You're like, oh, why didn't I give it some heat? Well, now it's an opportunity, because now you learn how to center tap and drill it out and remove it and then rethread if you have to. It's an opportunity.
You making that mistake live and showing him that you fucked up, right?
Yes.
And then showing him how to fix that mistake that you made is more valuable than
I
editing
think we
that
need
out.
Justin to do a live where he electrocutes himself. So, we just all.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, it happened a couple weeks ago. My wife made me put up a 12-foot scarecrow in our front yard for Halloween. And I did kind of electrocute myself a little bit, but
It's probably running off DC.
fine.
Come on, man. What are you doing?
dude, it's a 12-foot scarecrow, like mechanical, like animatronic.
It's probably running off DC. How did you electrocute
I
yourself?
mean, it was a shock. It wasn't electrocution. But
You're goofing around.
yeah, it was. I was
Yeah.
we were
It was
not-
probably raining or
trying to
something
make
like
it
that,
cool.
and you're out there plugging stuff in. You're
Yeah,
using a
I was trying to make it right.
non-GFCI.
That's all,
But and I want to give a shout out to Catherine. I think she put a comment in about doing an apprenticeship program for our field, because you're 100% right. And we don't. I mean, we kind of did it at my last company, and those were the most successful people, the engineers that we had, because they learned with us for a couple years, like going behind our best engineers and working and making mistakes with somebody, with somebody like the electricians, plumbing, like all the other fields have that program.
That's
And-
probably been the most successful implementation that probably I think Amy's done, is the apprenticeship pipeline. The problem is I only see so many companies getting involved with it. There's not a lot of them doing it, unless they're like the large ones that just they have the ability to. There's not. I think we need more third parties getting involved with that.
Yeah, it's true.
But I feel a lot of the companies are they're still only looking for certain people too. They're not opening up that apprenticeship program to everybody.
They're
They're looking for military B-meds or military,
Yeah.
something with electrical.
SPPS, we took on our first intern actually last year, and it was awesome. Like, you know, he was driven, he was willing to learn, he was, you know, he was just excited to learn biomed. And you know, he had to go back to school, so he's not with the team right now, but he's fully invested in getting into biomed now. Like, he's going to get his, after the apprenticeship, he's like, I'm gonna get my degree. So
Oh, yeah.
if more companies were willing to embrace the idea of internship, which again would be the journeyman process, you know, you fall in day to day, seeing how we do things and seeing why we love doing what we're doing, then it'd probably be more successful. I
Completely
think
agree.
part of the problem is people aren't wanting to invest the time and the money into building people up.
Problem is a lot of people see biomed ones as cheap labor. They don't see it as a training biomed or a biomed in training.
We love, at least in my office, we primarily have been hiring biomeds ones. I know when you sent me that list, I said I was looking for a tech 2. We've kind of decided, let's move one of our guys already kind of handling that area and let's hire another tech 1.
Yes.
Because I like the idea of building somebody up, instilling systems into them, seeing how they see how I operate, and building them up for success. Because another video you did talking about some senior folks in the field that have certain inherent flaws that they have put on themselves, just kind of hanging out, not really doing anything.
Yeah.
People coming from different companies, a lot of times that I have seen that get hired 2, 3 senior whatever, why did they leave the past company? There's, you know, unless it's for some inherent, obviously they need to relocate their family or something, whatever, but most of the time they're chasing that extra dollar, or they got let go because they were not meeting the standard.
Yep. That's a good point. So guys, this is an unnatural segue into the next topic, which has obviously affected many of us directly, right to repair. Okay? Obviously, I've done a lot of things on right to repair. Dustin has also done a lot of things on right to repair. It's a topic that affects way more people than we like to acknowledge. It affects every single person you've ever met in your life, right to repair. And it's something that it's coming to a very dramatic confrontation when it comes to medical equipment, because they refuse. It used to be back in the day, you would get service manuals, you'd get training if you paid for it, and everything was copacetic. Well, today, now they say, like, your power button goes out on a machine, you know you can find that power button, but now you have to ship it back for a $4,000 flat rate repair, and that's it. You have no other option.
Yeah, $4,000's a deal.
Yeah. Coming from the imaging world, I'm sure.
I have no. Are you okay if I call out OEMs?
No, well, do what you got to do, but keep it within.
OEMs.
Yeah. Nobody
can't do
specific.
Why? I hate the idea that we can't, because this is known knowledge. You know what I'm saying? Like, they make this known because we have to follow their procedures.
But you know what? Like, I'm for calling out OEMs because there's some OEMs that do provide it.
So we had a fetal heart monitor go down, and need mind you, this is a regional critical access care hospital that only has a select amount, you know, to provide this specific type of equipment to their patients in their rural area. It went down. Basically, the unit wasn't getting any power. I traced it and found it was the main fucking CPU that was drawing the power, and it blew. So had to order the board, which luckily this OEM allowed us to order it. Didn't say anything else because I had to call them to get the part number, because they're one of those ones that you can't just like go to fucking Part Source or Google it and find the part number. So I get the part number, I order the part. It's $2,500 for this board. I get it in, I put it in. Oh, look, I got power. Oh, but wait, you can't put it into service because anytime you replace that board, it has to be re-software updated because it's serial encoded. So instead of telling me that, I could have sent in the device to them, got it done, and sent back, which would have still been more expensive. But no matter what, now that I put that board in and now they tell me that it has to be software updated, which by the way, only they can do if you send it out to them. So now the equipment has been down even longer for more money when I would have just taken myself out of the equation to save them some money and get their equipment up and going. It's complete bullshit.
Complete.
Yep.
So, you know, I'm going to be doing some more videos on the topic very soon because I've got some industry experts that have a lot better insight. Right now, it seems like it's a very aggressive atmosphere towards Philips specifically. And besides you guys'
All
experience,
right, there it is. Okay. All right.
so I mean, there's some crazy stuff going on with Philips right now, and there's a lot of people that are intertwined with it. I'm going to be doing some videos with those guys and get some more insider information, but it's a crazy world right now in medical repair. I mean, there's many things that are very, very simple, which they will not sell us parts for. And I've had this fight as recently as just a couple days ago with medical equipment, even physical therapy equipment, stuff that is generic, like gym type equipment. And they didn't want to sell me the part. I'm talking like an elliptical trainer. I wanted to buy the display, and they would not sell me the part because I'm not trained. I kid you not.
Or a lot with that physical therapy space, they'll price something to where it makes more sense to just replace the damn whole unit, even though you know damn well the part that I'm trying to replace does not cost that much for you to make.
No.
Or they say that you're not trained, but they don't offer you training. So
Oh, there's no training. Absolutely.
I'm sorry, a damn scale display should not cost $500.
yeah, you don't. That's the military training gives you the necessary skills to fix most things or to figure out most things, right? If you're good in the military, like that program is tough. Like there's what I think 8 out of our
It
20
was
people
tougher back in
graduated.
the day. I don't
So-
think
It teaches you how to troubleshoot, which is the key to anything. If you know how most things work, you
yeah.
can figure out what part's wrong.
The,
But if you don't know
the
what part,
dropout rate for the military school for biomeds was a lot higher than it is now.
Really? Well, okay. So it used to be 62%. That's what they told me day one, is when we sat down as a group.
I think it's lower now.
Okay. Well, our first day as a group, they said, look to your left, look to your right, because there's a good chance those people won't be with you on graduation day. That was the first thing they tell you when you sit down in biomed school back in 2003. And you're
then
like,
when you
holy
were-
shit,
when you
what did
were-
I sign
when
up
you were
for?
at the graduation line, like you felt like you just went through some shit. Like you accomplished something. Like you had pride on that final day when you graduated. And like I know somebody in the military system that did course curriculum and stuff at the biomed school, and they said it's a lot easier now.
Wow. Well, yeah.
I mean, it probably, so let's give some context behind that. So when me and Justin went through, it was, you had like every block was 4 or 5 pieces of equipment. You had to do an exam on the circuitry, like written exam, and then you had to do a what was it called, a technical or whatever, where
Yeah.
the equipment was broke. You had to do like basically a functional check to figure out what was wrong, and then you had to do a write up. It was four blocks. You had to do what was the problem, what corrected the problem, what part was it, and it wasn't what part. It wasn't a board. You didn't say, hey, this board. It was what
It's a
IC
component.
chip, what transistor
Yeah.
was bad. You had to go component level
Mhm.
to diagnose it. And if you missed, if you failed one of those or 2 of those in the technical exam, you failed the class. And you could wash back one time, right, after block
Mhm.
4 or 5. And then if you failed out again, you failed. You're
Yeah.
out of
I hear
class.
a funny story is when I went through the very first, it was block 3, I think it was. You remember those old ass Gomco sections?
Oh, yeah. Gomco, man.
I blew it up.
Hell yeah, you did.
And I went backwards. They made me repeat because I blew
Oh,
it.
did you have to repeat it because you blew it up?
Yeah. And,
I would have been like, well, I didn't fail, technically.
and then you remember the
You found the problem.
where they had you go through like the death by PowerPoint shit.
Yeah.
I was sitting in class, right? And I almost got kicked out of school for a second time because I was sitting in there and I had bubble guts that morning. And I just let out the nastiest silent fart I ever did in my life. And what was weird is it went across the room and down and came all the way back towards me before I realized that all the room had moved. and I was just standing there, not realizing what had happened. And
He's like, who did that?
Master Sergeant Etzelman was the was the guy that the teachers would go and complain to. So it was a civilian dude. I can't remember his name. I think it started with the H. He literally took me out of class, stopped class, took me to Master Sergeant Etzelman, and said I want him kicked out of school because I farted in his class.
What?
I almost did not become a biomed because I ripped one in class.
That had to have been nasty, though.
Yeah. Well, you were at you said you went to Wichita Falls, Chase.
Yeah.
What year were you there?
2009, 2010.
Did you have the crazy doctor that told you to came in like the first or second day?
Two
and
apple
Yes.
slices a day.
apple cider vinegar and stand up when you're in class?
That was Doc, man. That dude
Yeah,
was
McCormick
he had like
or something.
3 PhDs. It
Yeah.
was ridiculous.
Hmm.
Yeah, it's just I like telling some text that story.
Those who can't do teach, right?
Yeah.
Wow. That is a very famous saying.
But yeah, that guy was crazy.
Yeah, so they called me Magic Man after that, just because I can make words disappear and reappear.
I think we could come up with way better nicknames than that.
Yeah, for sure. You almost got kicked out.
For a fart, dude.
It must have been nasty, though. I mean, come on. That had to have been real bad.
But since we're on the subject of fart, just real quick, I want to get
We're not. We're not.
So, my son has been taking some gnarly craps. Obviously, he's a 4-month-old, and I have adamantly named him or nicknamed him Big Fudge,
Oh.
and my wife hates it. So every time I wake him up in the morning, I pick him up, feed him whatever, I call him Big Fudge. She wants me to stop it.
No,
I
never.
think it's ridiculous.
Never. Don't give in. Don't give in. He's Big Fudge forever. Like when he's
Right.
14 years old, you're still going to call him, hey, Big Fudge, get over
Yeah.
here.
Especially when I need to annoy him at school.
Yes. There's nothing wrong with that. No. I'll tell you what. Marriage is just one of those things. You're going to have to get used to it. You're going to come up with nicknames for your kids, and your wife isn't going to like them, and you're just going to have to keep doing it just because.
Well, like I told my wife when I married her, I said I went through the shittiest marriage for 8 years to learn how to do everything wrong so I could do everything right for you.
Oh, shit. Okay.
For those that are going through their second marriage, that's how you fucking do it.
Progress.
In the chat, I think I was in the same class as him. If he's Peter West, he says P West. I think I was in the same class with him.
Really?
First guy, yeah.
Awesome.
Find out.
Isn't it crazy how small of a world this really is?
It is, dude. Do you know how many people? So one thing, like me, Lonstall was like Chief Gasaway. Like a lot of people didn't like him.
No.
But that dude would he was like, we're not fucking calling the OEM ever. You're gonna fix it.
That's right.
So like he gave us so much leeway. Like a lot of the military bases now, like they're all contracted through the OEM. We didn't have one contract. We did everything, and he would let us to be like, fucking fix it. Like we would be like, all right, figure it out, man.
Chief,
It was off. It was a great, if you look at there's so many people out of our that worked with us that are I hired Matt Talley, worked with us, Alvaro Solis, who was Air Force, he worked for me. I mean, we had a great crew out there, man.
yeah, we sure did.
Because of Gasaway, because he
But
let us. He let us
People have to
fail and
understand the context, though. I mean, when we first met up, it was during a war, and we pulled sometimes 24-hour ops. Do you remember going and disassembling sections of the hospital to put in cots and stuff? I mean,
Yeah, and then doing manpower, going taking people off the bus. and-
yes, 24 hours a day. Yeah, I mean, during Fallujah and whatnot, 2004. I mean, right after that is I think when you guys showed up, but it was a different time. But at the same time, I don't have the amount of pity for Biomed 1s because of that. In other words, a lot of people complain, nobody trained me to do this or nobody trained me to do that. There is a certain level of self-sufficiency that we expect of Biomed 1s. And that's because you have to do your own research. There is equipment that comes in every single day that I've never heard of. And I do research on this little guy right here just to figure out what the hell it is, because I don't even know.
Like people are so scared or so lazy to look in a damn service manual now.
Yes. Yes.
I still look in service manuals because I want to know what I'm doing or what to look for.
Yes. Look it up on YouTube, man.
It's like pulling nails sometimes to like get people to look in a service manual.
Yeah. Well, whenever somebody asks me like for tech support, I started being like, "Did you look in the manual? Like, don't call me on the way there. Look at it. Look in the manual. If you have help, I don't mind helping anybody, but like, do your
So even myself,
your
like
research
before
first."
I go to Discord or ask Facebook for like, you know, any kind of knowledge or help me with this repair or whatever, I've already tried to look for a service manual if one's available. I've called tech support and, you know, some of these OEM tech supports are damn near useless nowadays.
Completely.
And then I reach out to the community, which we have a badass community, especially with that Discord.
Yes.
But my thing is like people aren't even willing to go through those steps, and they just want you to give them the answer. Part of what makes a great biomed is doing the due diligence and like looking and troubleshooting, and using that attention to detail. You can't teach that. You have to be willing to do it.
Well,
What you just said is super important, right? Because that takes creativity. Like you're not gonna get that from a goddamn YouTube video or a manual. You need to be able to figure out the way to look at unique and distinct problems, and over time you'll figure out where to find the resource. Like the YouTube videos after 20 minutes of fucking around. I take it I can't say that, Justin.
no, it's funny. No. Go ahead.
Your videos don't mean nothing.
No.
no, that's not what I'm getting at.
No. Because you're right. It's a process, and everybody has their own process.
Totally.
And that's the part that everybody has to develop in yourself. You have your own process. I know you do. And you have to develop your own personality, because interfacing with the customer is half the problem, right? So like that's the part that you just can't get from somebody else. You have to develop your own. You have to put in the effort, the work. You're absolutely right. No, go ahead. No, it's funny because I hear people like talking about YouTube, like YouTube isn't shit. And I'm like,
We've had some of the shittiest engineers that the customers
there
love.
like,
Like they'll take them 3 days to fix anything, but the customer loves them. And we've had some of the best engineers that the customer wants us kicked out that can fix it in a day. So like, customer service is half of the half, or if not more, of the required skill set in this field nowadays.
I had a conversation with a technician who runs the dental equipment repair channel. When I was riding with him in his van, he was talking about how some people would rather work on the bench than interface with customers. And he actually asked me live, would you say that a customer or a technician who doesn't want to interface with customers, would you say he's less of a technician? I looked him dead in the eyes and I said, yes. You are less of a technician if you don't want to interface with customers, because that is easily half of our job. Easily.
Okay,
And he
so
might not be, if you're a third-party company that has different positions, like that guy might be valuable in fixing and testing equipment for parts, right? So like if you have he might be great in a big organization that he doesn't have to interface with customers. Doesn't mean, I would say, yes, you're correct. He's less than a technician in the common sense, is like you're at a hospital, but it doesn't mean he might be just utilized in the wrong way, right? So
you can take it from this perspective, in-house or third party. More often than not, whenever we get a call for some kind of repair or anything, how often do we go up to the equipment and there's a nice sign that says who put it in, when it was put in, what the problem was, what it was doing? That sounds like a fucking unicorn right now. I could see it in everybody's eyes. Yeah. It doesn't happen. Even if you provide the tags for them, if you damn near give them a step-by-step PowerPoint presentation, they still will not do it. So whenever we have looked for technicians in general, I love looking on a resume and I see that they have customer service experience. They've been a waiter. They've been in food service industry. They know how to talk to people. They've been in the rough. How many of us have also gone through a repair instance or a service call or, dealing with anything? and we have to not only troubleshoot the equipment, but we also have to troubleshoot the individual. We have to know what their needs are. We have to know how to talk to that person, because everybody's going to require different information or want to be presented in a certain way. I have customers where they don't want to chat. They want to know what the fuck you did you get it done, and have a nice day, get the hell out of my face. And I have customers that want you to break down step by step what was done, why did it do that. That ability to do that is honestly, I think, critical as a biomed. And that goes back to what David Bronnenham and Bill Bassick talk about: making rounds, going around talking to your clientele, talking to the people that are taking care of the patients, so you know the breadth of the scope of the biomed ecosystem.
Yeah, if you're on the front grounds dealing with the customer, you're essentially a salesman first and an engineer second, almost.
And so here's what's ironic about this situation, right? Within the context of right to repair. Okay. All of us want to help the patient. Period. Okay. So what does that mean? Clinical equipment is up and running. We need the OEMs, and the OEMs need us. We both need training. We both need access to parts. We both need the capability to support clinicians and ensure devices are appropriately working for successful clinical care. It's literally that simple. Let's stop the pissing match. Let's stop thinking about the money associated with locking people out of equipment and get back to focusing on patients. It's literally that simple. We need each other. And that D2 and I have honestly, like, we've had a couple of stressful conversations, because what's funny is we're on the same page, but when it comes to right to repair, it gets heated because there's misunderstandings and since given
Okay. No. Go ahead. Let's.
No,
yeah,
I'd love to hear the rest
I-
of it.
At times I still believe there's misunderstandings, and some organizations, oftentimes OEMs, I think are unfortunately approaching the problem with the wrong perspective, because at the end of the day, the in-house teams are oftentimes going to be able to respond the quickest, so the clinician trusts their equipment. Give us the ability to best represent your equipment and assist in patient care. It's that
You make a good
that
point.
goddamn simple.
and I think so. You're 100% right, and I think like our level as a whole is on the same page. I've helped OEMs, their multi-vendor programs. I've had OEMs call me for help, like that I know personally that work for the OEM, and I help them because I will. I mean,
We all get calls
it's
from
cliche to sound like, but I do care. I want to get that equipment up. I don't give a fuck who gets it up. I want it to be up and serving patients, because that's what it's about, right? So I'll help anybody, and I think us as a whole, we're on that page, but we're not the, the money making decisions that decides that, hey, we can lock somebody out and make more money and not let them service it so we can make more service revenue. But I think our industry as a whole is almost on the same page. Like once it gets, from the engineering side or the manager side, but once it gets up to the executive level where they're concerned about revenue and sales and, their end of lifing stuff that can be serviced further to force people to buy new stuff, like that's where we don't have the decision making But yeah, dude, that's what it's about, man. Like that's if we could agree, like we need the OEMs, OEMs need us. But
Well-
and
Yeah,
us,
the OEMs will not
our
admit
level
it.
knows that. But the guys that make the decisions that decide that don't know that.
The OEMs have a valid point, though, and it's a valid point that you're well aware of, is the fact that there is a general degradation in the quality of technicians now versus years past.
Yeah, and most of them work for the OEMs.
Well, I mean, yeah, I mean, a lot of them are in-house too. I mean, there's some really experienced
there is.
biomeds that are in-house, but the problem is it's not my job, or I say a lot in my videos, the path of least resistance. That's what natural human reaction is. Oh, I can just ship this out instead of figuring out, oh, wait a minute, that's a switch that obviously they didn't design themselves, they can buy. So what they'll do is they'll call the OEM and say, hey, I need the switch. And it's like, oh, shit, I can't buy it. Okay, I'll just ship you the unit. Versus, oh, by the way, they sell that switch. It's also used on Samsung dryers.
Yeah.
Just buy
Well,
the
they don't
switch.
think about their own people. Go buy a fuse. A fuse on a
Yes.
board's fucking 2-amp fuse you can go get at Lowe's. They don't let them buy that. They have to replace the board.
And I'm not saying necessarily that we have to get down to component level necessarily, but understanding electronic principles and understanding physics and understanding the fact that fuses popping don't just pop for a reason. So just throwing another fuse in there, it's not solving the real problem. There's another problem further down.
Troubleshoot the failure.
But the thing is everybody wants to take
put
the
a
path
bigger
of
amp
least
fuse and
resistance.
see what burns.
Yeah. Oh, well, that is actually a real strategy.
I've done that before.
Yes.
But
I have a thermal camera right here, in fact, because,
Dangerously, though.
but it's already broke, right? That's one of my rules of repair. It's already broke. So put a bigger fuse in and watch a board and see what heats up the first and then disconnect power. That is a real strategy because
yeah, or
it's,
disconnect everything on the load and plug it in one by one, see what blows the fuse so you know what's blowing.
yes.
But
Those,
nobody knows that anymore, dude. Like it's so the things that we think are simple are not simple anymore because of the training. The training is the root cause of
wouldn't you say
most.
that's also the journeyman system though? Because
I do, I agree. I
if you think
we
about it, if I were to follow you guys, those are real things. That's a strategy that an experienced technician would imply. And you would see, okay, I plug things in one by one. But an inexperienced technician probably would never think of that.
That's what's sad. Is like where did it change though? Because we're like all of us are pretty much similar age, right? Except
Yeah.
for Chase.
How old are you?
How old are you, Chase?
33.
Oh, you're not too.
Yeah, no, he's out.
You
He's
just- you
out
just
by
said
like a
you-
decade.
And Dustin don't have you D1, which
Hey,
we'll
just
talk
because
about
I
that
wasn't in the army at Vietnam with y'all doesn't mean I'm a
later.
young.
In Vietnam.
Oh, you guys.
But no, there is a huge difference. I mean, like, yeah, and when we had like the people at Avanti, we brought in interns and we trained them and we taught them that stuff, but they didn't know any of like we take for granted what we know versus what there's a huge gap, man. And how do we get away? How do we bridge that gap? I think it's an apprenticeship. I really do. I think who was it? Kristen or
Yeah.
asked about it, like because there is like the trades are coming back, and this is technically a trade.
Yeah.
I mean, I
No,
think
it's a skilled trade.
a low,
Absolutely.
it's an unknown trade, but it's a trade.
No, it completely is, and we need to start treating it that way. As a lot of people, they think about doctor, lawyers, and stuff like that. Skilled trades are a very profitable sector, and it's become. When was the last time you had an electrical outlet replaced, or you had some plumbing replaced? And it cost you like $300, and it took them 1 hour.
Well, I do it all myself. So.
Yeah, well, yeah, me too. But at certain points, certain things, because of insurance and stuff, like I have them do, and then I look at how much they're billing the insurance. I'm like, what the? That's crazy. But the fact of the matter is if you are in a skilled trade, and we are definitely one of them, you can be very profitable. I know biomeds that are millionaires. They're millionaires. They started their own companies. They're millionaires. More power to them. I love them. But the fact of the matter is, it's a skilled trade. You do something really well, you will be noted for that. And I'm here to support all biomeds, even OEM biomeds, everybody, and,
Yeah, I don't
including
hate-
imaging engineers.
I'm not. I don't like, some OEMs piss me off, but it's not the engineer, it's not the person, it's the company, right? So I'll help anybody. Somebody from Philips, GE calls me right now on the phone. I'm going to help them
Yeah.
because I want to get that piece of equipment up. I don't give a shit about who you work for.
Exactly.
I don't care. And I think most of us are like that. That's why networking, like, I'm going to make sure that you did, you're not just calling me on the way there. If you looked at, do your due diligence. But if you need help and you call me, I'll answer the phone at 1 a.m. and help you till 4 a.m. And I think that's what's great about most of the people in our field is you would do the same thing. Chase, Dustin, most of us are like that.
Yeah.
Um,
There's a
unfortunately,
select group of people in my realm that I interface with on the daily, and it's people that with the same type of mindset. We just want to make the world honestly a better place, and we prop each other up just the same. So every single person on here is the second gen of whatever this is, right? So each and every one of us, we are going to be the next ones that run this show. Every one of us. Like, we've got imaging, we've got people in the business side, we've got people that are probably going to run their own businesses eventually. And we're on the second gen of whatever currently exists. And people don't recognize yet, but every single person that's on here, we're going to run the show in probably the next 5 years. Because we have the concepts to assimilate, to do better, and to utilize our strengths and weaknesses.
Yeah, and recognizing your weaknesses is one of the biggest things. Like, I never be embarrassed to ask for help, no matter how right or wrong you think you are, how smart you think you are. I ask, 3 minds is better than 1, 2 minds is better than 1. Like, you might have been working on this thing for 20 years, but this person that's been working on it for 2 years may have seen something that you haven't. So, like, don't ever be afraid to ask for help. I think a lot of people do that. Like, think they're the expert and don't ask for help. I ask for help. I throw stuff out to my buddies all the time, and I've been working on this shit for years because I haven't seen everything, nor has any of us, nor has anybody else. So, asking for help is not a sign of weakness; it's a sign of strength.
I completely agree, guys. So one of the next topics that we wanted to talk about is so obviously we just technically, especially here in Texas, we exited COVID. Okay, the big COVID that changed the world as we know it in healthcare. So I'm curious, what did you guys all see, learn, and experience throughout COVID? Now, when it comes to money, I learned some very interesting things because I'm a numbers guy. I love numbers, and I've seen some stuff that just I shake my head at, and I'm like, I can't believe this happened when it came to COVID. But you guys, what did you guys learn throughout COVID? Because every single one of our industries learned something major. I mean, Nuvolo just blew up during COVID. I mean, independent service industries, you and Chase blew up during COVID.
And Zoom, who we're using now.
Yeah, it's true. It's true. This interfacing via video across the country, each and every one of us around the entire country. And here we are together at once. We didn't have to pay for flights and stuff. So what did you guys see about COVID? What are some of the lessons learned?
So you called out Nuvolo, so I'll actually hit it
This
first.
is definitely your realm.
There's a lot of growth for Nuvolo.
I'm interested to hear your remarks here.
Yeah, so what's interesting is there was a big need for ventilators, period, right? And the government picked up ventilators, and within that, there needed to be a foundational understanding of where they were at and how they were being used. And so, as an organization, we had an opportunity to help organizations out because we provide asset and work order tracking, right? But at the same time, what I don't think is being talked about is finances got complicated with healthcare delivery organizations and IDNs, right? So you have this publicly available funding if you meet very specific criteria. And there were organizations that were able to take advantage of that or get the money they deserved. And then other organizations, depending on how they were tracking information and documentation practices, that were probably to some extent left behind. So it is an asset and work order tracking company. There were a couple of organizations that we were able to provide them additional capabilities that were needed during this stressful time to advance their business practices. And there were also other organizations that still struggled.
Dramatic pause. No, I got you. I feel you. Because you're right.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, right? You had funds available to healthcare. You had funds available to small business, and you had funds available to regular business, right? Everybody within the services industries was impacted. I had I'm just gonna say it the way it is. I
That's what this is
had
about.
friends that were bartenders, waiters, and waitresses that made absolutely shit wages that made a killing during COVID. Like people that more or less damn near doubled their salary because they got to a point where they understood this system, and it created opportunity for them. And what sucks is, for all intents and purposes, those individuals were bad actors, right? And regardless of industry, I think there were bad actors everywhere, but there were also people and organizations going above and beyond trying to do the right thing. And when it all comes back to it, I think regardless of who you are, we're all going to look back at 3 years back and say, it was complicated. A lot of good shit happened. A lot of fucked up shit happened. And thank God we got through.
Well, here's my take on the whole COVID thing. A lot of countries failed during COVID. The United States succeeded. Almost every single third-party company I know of blew up during COVID. Blew up, just expanded, doubled. And that's because our third-party market created a buffer. So when COVID hit, Europe relies heavily on OEM presence. And because of that, when the OEMs ran logistically into complications or supply complications, they kind of stopped. We have this buffer, our third-party support system, whereas we loaned out equipment, we had supplies on hand, because we have a very large third-party market in the United States. And because of that, during COVID, a lot of companies succeeded. However, there's something very important that I want to point out to every single one of you guys, is during COVID, we had a paycheck protection program that a lot of companies applied for, biomed companies, and you guys were not short at all on work. Every single one of us were completely taxed out on work. We were so busy, but so many biomed companies, and it's public information, you can look it up. If you type in paycheck protection program, You can look up a company's name. You can see how much money they were lent by the federal government, and then they were exonerated from paying back. I know of one company locally who's a
Are you
competitive.
serious?
Oh, I am this serious. I had a competitive company was loaned $500,000 for the Paycheck Protection Program. They're biomeds and imaging engineers, which we were busy during COVID, every one of us. Why did we need paycheck protection from the government? We didn't. We were busy. But they got $500,000. Meanwhile, they told the employees of the company that they didn't necessarily have the money to invest in new test equipment and stuff, but every single member that runs that company got a new pickup truck. A very nice one, by the way. $500,000 for free from the federal government because of the Paycheck Protection Program. It's
Sick. I invested into their personnel.
yeah, they didn't. So although there is other companies, Argo, companies that I've heard of, where they also got the Paycheck Protection Program, but they invested that money back into their people, because just because your biomed has a job doesn't mean his spouse or her spouse has a job, right? So what they did is they got the money from the Paycheck Protection Program and they gave a piece to every single employee. And that completely makes sense. Just because you have a job doesn't mean your spouse does. And I know of a couple companies that did awesome. They did right by their employees. Other companies I know where they took the money and they bought pickup trucks for themselves instead of investing it back into the employees. That is so crooked.
Well, hold on. Okay.
That's a cute
So-
picture of you, by the way.
Yeah, I was just looking stuff up.
That's a sexy picture though. It's like,
Oh, dude, yeah. How long ago was that picture?
yeah.
High school.
I mean, I could throw a sexy picture of me up too, but
Oh shit! I love giving him shit.
Before anybody responds, though, right? I think there's something important to think about within the United States of America. We have an incredibly complex tax structure where we are largely incentivized to find ways to manipulate and take it the system. If you want to get a better understanding of this, talk to your friends that are close to being rich and talk to your friends that are rich and look at their tax obligation, and you'll realize paying a tax accountant $1,000, $1,500, whatever, massively pays off because there's a ton of loopholes within the tax system in the United States. So I think the bigger question is, even if organizations were taking advantage of this, does it make any sense to be upset? I don't think there's really like ground to stand on, because everyone has been incentivized in this nation to take advantage of every loophole that's out there. I don't think there's necessarily bad actors so much as organizations looking to create the biggest opportunity out of this.
Opportunity? Opportunity, when you're talking business, means that you are doing something, offering a service or a product to achieve a profit. Applying for a loan on false pretenses is completely different.
But it could yield operational efficiencies, right? Which would benefit a firm and overall produce larger margins for the full organization.
So of the ones that I know of that took that money, did not give it to any of their employees. Mind you, no biomeds and no imaging engineers were shortage of work during COVID. None of us, as far as I know. We were all very busy during COVID. Applying for that loan is technically under false pretenses because it's a paycheck protection program by its name. And because of that, if you are trying to protect your paycheck of your employees, it's business as usual for all of us. So you're getting money for free and you are buying things for yourself. And of the instances that I know of, they bought themselves things like vehicles, not for the company, for themselves. So it's not like these companies, and I mean, some of these companies did invest, as I said earlier, into their employees and into the company. Yes, more power to you. But the ones where they spent the money on themselves, how would you ever prove that? You can't. Because it's one of the biggest frauds that'll ever happen on the American people is this whole COVID and the money associated with COVID. I mean, there's trillions of dollars that are just completely lost because of COVID. And the fact of the matter is there's no IG inspection going on here. I mean, when we started this whole thing for the day, I knew I was going to piss some people off because, I mean, there's people even I know that associate themselves with these programs that they benefited personally, not professionally.
Well, it's not that hard to like. I think the government did a terrible job of oversight on it because it was meant to like paycheck protection, like what the wording is, right? So you have all these companies like they have a federal tax ID, and you can see how much money they're paying in payroll. So if you saw that you gave them $1 million, $2 million, and they paid, their payroll went down, and you didn't notice that, then that's, I mean, they're bad actors for sure, but how did the government not do anything to like, it wasn't that difficult. We deal in data, right? We're all data people. That is like the easiest thing to see, right? If you were spending $2-3 million in payroll, which is everybody can see in the federal tax, like they should be taxed on that because it's payroll. Yeah. And then it goes down after you gave them money when they were supposed to be paying people. Like, how did we not catch that, right? And then now we're just, I'm not saying they're right, they're wrong for sure. But like, how did we not catch that too? Like, it's terrible oversight.
Well, you have to imagine that if you start investigating, you have to dig deeper, right? You start finding something, you dig deeper. That's why they're not going to dig, because they themselves are probably participating in the scam.
That's a whole nother. That's a whole nother.
But I mean, it's always, there's one of my rules of life, and one of them is follow the money, right? Yeah. And everything in life, you can follow the money and see, why did this happen? Oh, follow the money.
I mean, how many politicians do you know? Politicians, like a senator makes 174 grand a year, and they come out worth $20 million after serving 4 years. How does that happen, right? So,
I don't know.
Money, it's to say, I mean, politicians don't become politicians for good in the most part, in my opinion. That's why we need term limits and all that. But that's a whole nother conversation. Yeah. Let's not get into that right now. So,
well, you're right there.
Out of everyone on the call, who self files versus who uses an accountant or a CPA?
I self-file, for sure. Because I'm responsible for every single number that's written down. But this year, I don't know. This year might be different because now I got like 2 different businesses and stuff. So it's a little more complex this year.
Right. Chase?
Oh, we're actually doing this? Okay.
All right. I just realized I had voice disguise on. My bad. I was like, why does my voice sound like that?
Weirdo.
Talking sexy. No, I use H&R Block just because I have so many different things with, obviously Bearded Biomed and then my household. Like I want everything to be right just so I don't have to worry about it. Now, I hate how much they freaking charge me, but at the same time, I'm paying for peace of mind as something's fucked up, it's not on me.
Okay, we'll get back there. D2.
So I used to self-file, but like since the Trump, I think the tax just changed where the deduction, like the maximum deduction changed, where so now I have to like what's it called? Put all my expenses in or whatever. So I don't take the standard deduction anymore. So now
Okay.
that's a lot more difficult to standard file. So now I use an accountant, but he's cheap. Friend of
Okay,
friend.
so this is important to realize, right? And Justin, I don't want to discount what you're saying, because it's very important to realize that there was an application period during COVID, so people were getting in front of it, not behind it. But I do think it's very important to all of the listeners out there to realize, whenever you're working with a third party, whether it be H&R Block, your personal accountant, a CPA, what have you, they're looking for the most appropriate ways to look at tax law and ensure you get the most back. They, quite frankly, don't give a fuck what's socially appropriate. They're trying to manipulate the laws the exact same way like any attorney is. And I do think that's important to realize, because as much as at times there were probably bad actors that were doing shitty things, I also think there were people that would be perceived as doing shitty things that were following the advice of their CPAs and accountants, ensuring that their organizations were the most financially effective. Because when you can get free money, you're going to look better on paper.
Yeah. And,
And-
everybody, to act like we don't want, like nobody wants free money. Everybody wants free money, right? So
Amen.
if somebody's offering me for money, I'm
Touche.
gonna take it. So
Yeah.
you're right.
By the way, Justin, are we getting paid for being on here?
God damn it! I knew you guys gonna bring that shit up.
Yeah.
No. Anyway,
Million views, bro.
Oh.
Million views.
I'm kidding.
believe it or not, guys, I get paid about 100. No, let's take that back. I used to get paid about $130, $140 a month. Now it's about $75 a month on average, with ads and everything. It's that garbage, even at 42,000 views a month. So
And
no,
I
you're
want
not
to give a
getting
shout
paid.
out to you and
I just-
Chase for doing this stuff. Like people
Oh.
think that like you guys lose money doing this, and I want everybody like listening to know that like they do this out of the goodness of their heart and to bring traction to our field. They lose money. That's why they need an accountant to write this stuff off. So don't think that they're making money off of this. They're doing it out of the goodness
No,
of their heart. I appreciate
definitely
it.
not.
And I'm glad you guys are doing it, because I don't want to fucking do it. So I'll just come on whenever you want.
Hey, man,
That's it,
I'll
hey.
tell you what.
Oh, kudos to you, man. Like I just, my nipples will get hard if I just get a like on one video. Like
Shit.
I'll take what I can get. Money is so far down the road. Like who gives a fuck? If I get a like, I'm a happy boy.
Wow.
It's hard, man. You
I'm gonna give
Apparently.
you 2 likes. You can do both nipples.
I'm gonna go like a couple of your videos right now. I mean, no,
I'm wearing a T-shirt. I can't hide it.
Chase, you just have to remember, it's a long-term game. All right.
I know.
Do you know how many people have told me like, "Hey, man, you should monetize this or monetize that," or I do jobs for people and they're like, "Hey, you should monetize that." You know how many
Everybody's
times
got an idea.
I've been told that, and they're right. They're right. I could have. But how about this? Imagine like a pyramid. Imagine if they wanted to build up right off the bat. No, you have to build a wide base first, and then you build up. Okay? So monetization, that's a long-term goal. The primary goal is to get people
Yeah, it's not the
interested
big goal anyway.
and to get people, associated as a community. That's the number one goal. We have to get people interested and interacted.
Well, I've been asked so many times, hey, do you plan on just doing the bearded biomed stuff full time as your job? I'm like, no, I like being a biomed. I want to do my job. I want to do the profession, the career that I trained for, that I went to school for, that I keep going to school for. I'm not going to leave it just because if, years from now I get some fucking YouTube money. I don't care. That's not why I did this.
There's no
That
YouTube
would
money.
be a nice little, little hors d'oeuvre on the top.
No, but we should talk business later, because I do believe that there's a new way of doing business. So there's the old way. Why do you guys think that newspapers failed? It's because
We
no,
wouldn't digitize. It was access to information was way easier.
right.
So
And since there's options when it comes to ads, like people quit placing ads. It's always about the money. When I say follow the money, when there's ads, the ads were going digital. So now the newspapers, the reason they failed isn't because people quit reading them, it's because people quit paying for ads. That's why newspapers failed. And that's the same way with magazines. So when you have magazine companies, which we have, and they keep wanting to charge people like $3,000 for an ad in their magazine, well, I can charge $1,000 for an ad and it's Google searchable, and I can tell you how many people seen that ad, and I can give you an ROI estimate. That's the thing about like digital. It's always about being the next thing, right? So trust me, Chase, we're going to talk later, because there's some new horizons when it comes to digital media and when it comes to us and companies and how we interact with companies. That's a new thing, guys.
October 19th sounds like a good day to do it.
I saw something the other day that was like a thing that was like, if only there was something that you could like get all the articles that you could read online and they would deliver it to your house every day.
If only, right?
Yeah. I mean, it's yeah. It's kind of like I remember going out and getting the newspaper and reading it. Like it's kind of like sad.
Yes.
Like some like I honestly wish I was like I wish I thought I should have been like a 1950s 60s baby.
Wow. Well, guys, how about this? I'm going to segue into a different thing, and this is because this is something that was brought to me very recently. I'm talking about service commitments and businesses working with other businesses. So there's been a lot of conjecture lately about what is acceptable for. I'm in Texas, a right to work state, and it's very difficult to imply like non-competes and business terms. So let's say I were to go to training and they make me sign a 5-year commitment, and if I don't survive
You're
with
talking
that,
service commitments
Yes.
on the company to
Yes.
engineer side, not service commitments. Like okay.
so this in Texas it doesn't work so well. All right, in some other states this might be different, but in Texas, if I sign a service commitment saying 5 years or I'll have to pay you back, and next year I leave you, good luck getting your money back. Good luck. And a lot of biomeds are fooled into thinking, oh, by the way, they're going to sue me and they're going to get their $10,000 back from this training. That's good luck. It's never going to happen. So one of the things I want to talk about is service commitments and, how we as businesses work together and how we treat our employees. Because my experience, and I'll tell you guys from history, I had a hospital I worked with, a very prominent hospital system. They wanted me to sign a 2-year commitment for training for GE anesthesia. And I did the math. If I were to hire the GE anesthesia guys to come in and do the PMs versus if I did them, it means it was a wash after 1 year. But they wanted me to sign a 2-year commitment. I asked them why. Because I paid for that training. It was $13,000 training after 1 year. So come to find out, the guy that came after me, they had him sign a 3-year commitment. After I proved, after 1 year, they evened out the amount of payment. So let's say $13,000 for the training, But if they were to pay the OEM to come in and do a PM on all their machines, after 1 year, they would be wash. So why sign a 2-year commitment? After 1 year, you've made your money back. But the guy after me, his name was also Justin, they made him sign a 3-year commitment for the same training. I was like, why? You got your money back after 1 year. Why sign 3 years?
How many employers would sign a 3-year commitment to you?
Believe it or not, I do not sign commitments anymore. I won't do it. For imaging though, I might.
I'm saying they're not going to sign a 3-year commitment to you. They're not going to say, "Hey, we're going to guarantee you work here for 3 years," right? So I would do the same thing. I understand like they're investing $12,000, $15,000, $20,000 in the training, but they're doing that for a reason, right? They're doing it because they're spending $200,000-$300,000 in contracts. So I mean, I think it could be written differently. Like as long as once we get our money back. So if you do, we're spending $100,000 on these, you're going to go to school. Once we get the money back that we spent in your school, then it's over. I do understand like they have to get their, if they're investing, they should get their money back, but they're never going to give that commitment to you.
But trying to triple that commitment, in other words, like after 1 year, you make your money back. But so they make the next guy sign 3 years after I proved you get your money after 1 year. It's a wash.
Oh no, I 100% agree with you.
But,
I'm saying,
like, but
there shouldn't be.
This is a common problem in our community right now, is that the service commitments, they're getting to be a little ridiculous. It's 3 to 5 years, and there's.
I haven't seen. So yeah, I haven't seen like I remember one when I was I'm not going to mention companies, but my first job, and I went to a training class, and it was like $15,000, and they made me sign something, and then I ended up leaving before that commitment was over, and they sent me a letter, and I basically told them to go fuck themselves.
Huh.
I'm under one of those commitments right now.
Yeah, so I don't think they're honorable, or I don't think. I mean, but you do see. So put yourself in the same situation. Like you're a small business, like you have 3 employees, and you send an employee of yours to this school that you're paying $20,000 for, and say you don't have that. Say it's not you're a small business, and you want to go after these contracts, so you have to have somebody trained. So I get the principle behind it, but once you've made your money back and you're not at risk anymore, then that should be obsolete, right? So like the commitment shouldn't say 2 years. It should say once I've made my, once you've made me $20,000 in what we could service versus what we couldn't by me sending you to this class, then your commitment's over.
So like I was saying, I am under a commitment, but my commitment's a little bit different because I didn't go to service training. What they did was, which D1 knows about this. Almost 2 years ago, I was really in the market. I was applying to director level roles across the United States just because there was no upward elevation in my current predicament. And I had found a job to where they offered me a director level role all the way up in California. So I'd literally be moving across the country. And the money was worth it. Then all of a sudden that position got basically, I lost out because some old guy probably is already retired. Whatever. They made another position for me, but it was a lot less pay than what the other one was, but it was still worth considering. It just would have been a little bit harder. And I let my company know about this, and basically they said, all right, well, I guess we'll have to keep you then. So let's go ahead and promote you, and we'll give you a raise. But however, we're gonna put this in a bonus format, and if you leave within the 2 years, then you have to pay back that bonus. So I'm still currently under that, but that was another way to kind of, a sneaky way, which is kind of funny. You have to pay it back because I still had to pay taxes on that bonus, which anybody knows is like 30%, but I'm still on hold for the entire bonus.
So
that's just another sneaky way that you can hold people in place.
Yeah,
totally. And I think that's important to recognize. I would argue it's definitely different than sending someone to either OEM training or specialty training through somebody like RSTI, you know, and I'm genuinely curious. Has anybody looked into whether or not that's enforceable? I'm not a lawyer, okay? And I definitely don't want to touch this, but in terms of an organization providing you training, whether it's paid for through an OEM or a third party, and that experience, can you restrict someone from working for an organization that provides a similar or the same service that would offer that training? And I'm super curious about whether or not it differs if it's provided by an OEM or a third party, right? Because I think there is a chance that the legislation's different when it's provided by the OEM versus a third party like RSTI, which
I think one,
I-
it's gonna depend on the state. I think is because obviously Texas right to work. Secondly, is which aspect or which who's providing this. From an OEM standpoint, they got the money, they got the the power to back them legally, and they're willing to do that to get that financial gain.
Plus, what they charge for the classes is fucking ridiculous.
Yes. Now, as for like, let's say like a smaller third party or an in-house program, will they take you to court and go through all that legal hassle? Maybe, but more than likely not, just because they're not willing to go through all the legal mumbo jumbo that an OEM absolutely can show up to, and they have the money to beat you over to death and win the case no matter what.
You know what? I'm curious if there's anybody listening right now that's had an employer that played. So I think this comes into like the same realm as like if an employer pays for your college. So if you have like if you they pay for your tuition, are they able to go back on you? Do you sign a similar agreement for that? Because it's basically the same thing. Like you're getting education that's going to benefit you and the employer. So is that enforceable? If you go back to college and they pay your tuition, do you have to pay that back in a year or two? I've never done that, so I don't know if anybody here on our chat or you four have done that. And is it the same type of agreement?
so I can actually speak to education reimbursement, right? So I worked for Intermountain for a very long time, and God, I hope this doesn't put me in like weird hot water, but basically the way it was set up,
Dude, we're drinking, so we're absolved, I think, right?
I have not seen it in your
we're
hands, sir.
absolved, yeah. So the way it worked is we would basically get $2,000 back per year for college education, right? And if I recall correctly, there were other programs where you could get higher levels of reimbursement, but the commitment was higher as far as duration that you'd be there. But if you were taking the standard $2,000, it was, I think, stick around for a year. And if you left within that year, you would pay back a prorated portion. Okay. With, in my opinion, appropriate deal. You know what I mean? But what's very, very important to think about when you're going to like CT, MR, some of these specialty trainings, you're talking about $60,000 to $90,000. And on top of that, your organization's investing in testing equipment that they may have not had before. They may be buying an oscilloscope that's going to cost them like 30, 40K on top of the 60 or 70 that they're paying to send you to school. So there's a very large investment, and that's important to realize, but at the same time, holding you hostage is I would argue not appropriate, and I think there's a sweet spot in between, and that's super important to think about. But when it all comes back to it, my question is, what's truly enforceable from a legal perspective? Because the other piece that's absolutely critical to think about is our industry is largely tied to skills and certifications, okay, which are not as transferable to other industries. And that's a huge bummer. And it unfortunately, at times, if somebody totally kicked ass and built a career as a Tech 3 and ended their career making 130, 140K a year, right? And all of a sudden they wanted to switch industries to oftentimes to make that wage in a different industry, you may have to have a master's degree. And for all intensive purposes, their experience exceeds a master's degree, but on paper, it doesn't necessarily represent their worth.
Yeah. And so when you talk about the imaging side, so yeah, some of those classes from the OEMs are $40, $50, $60,000, right? So there's people that would go to that training knowing that they're going to leave the company and get that training, right? So they might go there, get the training, quit 2 weeks after, right? That's messed up. That's messed up for the individual to do that, unless their company treated them like shit and they're just trying to get something.
Yeah, you're burning a pretty big bridge.
Yeah. But if you go to that class and it's $60,000, whatever, and you stay for a year, 2 years after that, they probably brought on 3 or 4 contracts at $60,000, $70,000, $80,000 a year that they wouldn't have gotten without sending you to that class. So if you've reached your agreement, like that's why, and it's easier to quantify that than college or whatever, because you don't know, you can't put the value into what you got.
More often than not, you're not
paying
going
for
to
college, right? Well, you can put a value you can quantify what them sending you to that class and what they got in contract from you being able to work on that equipment, right? So I think that there should be something like, once you meet your, what they paid versus what they made, then you should be released.
Let me ask y'all this question real quick with that. So how many of you guys have actually either hired on an imaging technician, or especially in general, if you didn't have the contracted work or the work in place already? Because you wouldn't go after, let's say, MR or CT if you didn't have somebody set up or at least ready to
the
go.
Opportunity.
That stuff. So more than likely, if you were to incur new contracts after the fact, you're only adding to the bucket you already had in place. So that's just another aspect of it. Because I know for a fact, at least for our company, we're not taking on, we're not going to hire somebody unless the work's there, at least for specialty, because that is a whole nother,
Yeah, you're right. I mean, most of this stuff, like we would do classes or make our own classes or send people based on customers' asks. It was all based on opportunity. So like maybe we weren't doing it, but we had opportunity to, we were in this hospital and they had this equipment that we didn't know how to service, but they wanted us to do it. They were happy with our service, so we would invest. It was all based on opportunity.
There's always going to be new revenue coming in after you could say, "Hey, I got somebody trained in this, and we can do it cheaper."
Exactly.
So.
Interesting. Guys, it's a very deep topic and we could go down the rabbit hole. The problem is liability. If we say too much, every single one of us, if we say too much, we could get in some trouble. But we all have experience with the exact same thing, is people, it kind of sucks because you want to hire people and keep them. But at the same time, for no reason whatsoever, they might leave you like a month later. We don't even know why. They just leave.
Well, I
it's
think that's why this panel, like with the four of us, is good. Is because we've all been a guy that just started out, and we've been in management, so we see like you see both sides, and you have to see the employer side and the employee side, right? Because, um, I mean, you see it that you see there's goods and bads on both, and there's ways that both sides can do way better and make a
yeah.
great company.
There's, one of the things I have honestly noticed lately is I've had technicians that will say yes to a job, and then on their day one of the job, they just don't show up. And that's like the biggest WTF I think I've ever experienced is, wait a minute, you said you accepted this job. 1 week later, they, for no reason whatsoever, in the middle of the night, they send an email that says, by the way, as of this moment, I'm no longer with your company. It's like, what the hell? Since
Yeah,
when is that okay?
Recently, there was a hospital system, a good friend of mine, they hired a biomed. They said, I'm starting. They went through day one orientation, and then the next day, they said, oh, by the way, I took another job somewhere.
Jesus.
They didn't even start the job. They just went through 1 day of orientation and left to another position because it paid a little bit more.
Guys, people don't understand the bridges that are burned when you do that. And that's the part. So I've had a couple people burn my bridge. And I'm not putting this out there like it's a bigger bridge than anybody else, but I'm a pretty big bridge. If I say, hey, like this hospital system, I recommend this person for the job, and then like 2 days later they say, no, I'm good. After we already like signed a deal, they say, nope, I'm just gone. Or 1 week later they say, nope. And then a year later they come to me and they're like, hey, Justin, do you know of any jobs in this region? Man, you burned me. You burned me. Why the hell would I ever suggest you for another job ever? Ever. That's where we're at.
Yeah, that's one thing. People can say a lot of things about me, but they can never say that I'm not honest. And I will help anybody out. I will say my mind. I piss people off. I don't give a fuck. But I care, and I will help anybody out that cares. So that's one thing nobody will ever be able to say about me.
It's super important to think about context within what we're talking about right now, though, because we're all hurting for good technicians and engineers, right? And as much as the four of us like are what we do, what we help provide is important. At the same time, like everyone's hurting right now, and I definitely, it's important to think about that, right? Because so it's kind of funny. It's like, I guess, Justin, I want to go back to that, we'll call it opportunity, where someone wronged you. Can you be a little bit more descriptive in terms of what that looked like? Because I think it's important for everybody on the other side of this conversation to understand that, because there are people that are going to reach out to us for opportunity or insight in regards to how to get in. And I think what you just described, for me personally, it was a little too ambiguous. I couldn't identify exactly where someone fucked up.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
Okay.
Yeah, but I think that may have been somewhat intentional too. Like you don't want to, throw people.
That's
out,
true.
So do it without.
Okay. Well,
Run them over
no.
with your car, damn it.
By all means. I mean, if the bus is going to roll through, I could give names too. But I mean, the fact of the matter is somebody came to me for a job. I did the interview. And then I did a second interview with the director of a hospital system, a very reputable hospital system throughout the Dallas area. Hey. And you know, the fact of the matter is I go out there on the chain and say, this is a candidate I suggest. And they interview with this hospital director, and then, you know, everything goes good, and then the hospital director says, yeah, that's good. Let's go forward. And then, you know, we talk, and I give a very reasonable offer. I give extremely reasonable offers when it comes to salary. But the person says, no, that just doesn't work out for me. Yeah, I think I'm going to go this other direction.
I'm so sick of that shit.
But the fact of the matter is, all they see is dollars. They don't see opportunity because nobody wants to go through the suck. And I wasn't even offering the suck, by the way. Yeah, take that connotation, whatever you guys want. The fact of the matter is whenever you go into a hospital system, you always expect the worst jobs, right? Because you're the newbie. You always get the worst jobs that nobody else wanted to do because you're the lowest on the totem pole until you become the biomed specialist or the biomed 3, where you specialize and you're the guy. They hire you because you're the guy. When you're a biomed 1, nobody cares. You're just the guy that's going to do all the jobs that nobody else wanted to do. And that was this position. This guy hired in. He said, yes, I want to go forward. And then later on, he wrote an email and said, nah, I really don't want to. The higher powers up above said, no, I shouldn't do that. So I'm not going to do that. You just embarrassed me in front of a hospital director. So in context, I said, this is the guy. Then later on, you said, no, I don't feel for it, for whatever your personal reasons are. But then 1 year later, you contact me and you say, hey, Justin, do you have any opportunities in this region? You burned me once. Do you honestly think I'm ever going to suggest you for another job? Ever. Ever. Us military biomeds and many other biomeds, we went through the suck, which is you do the jobs that nobody wants to do. And then you earn credibility. And when you earn credibility, it gives you more responsibility. And that's what we all had to go through. You just want to jump past that and get something and get the paycheck. It takes years and experience to earn that paycheck.
So especially here in Texas, there is a huge issue with a lot of entry-level technicians thinking they need to get the bank day one starting out. Like, I've interviewed folks for Tech 1 positions that want more money than I currently make.
Yeah.
And I've been in the field almost 15 years.
Yes.
And this isn't a onesie or twosie. It is a common trend. I don't know who the hell is giving them these numbers, but they're fresh out of school. They have no specialty. They have no experience. I don't even know if they can do the job yet. But that was probably, you know, the guy had a figure in his, a figure in his mind, and it wasn't close. Which I'm
Yeah,
I'm not
where did
gonna
you get
say-
that? Where did that?
I'm not going to
figure
say
come
the
from?
system, but I'm going to guess, just because I have a lot of contacts in Dallas, and I have an idea, and I assume that was a fantastic opportunity that he passed up.
So I'm not going to, honestly,
Yeah, we don't need to put that out there.
I'm not going to
One thing
put,
I want to say about the whole recruiting thing, right? So there's like I said, there's good recruiters like Stevens. When I was in Germany, like I got a job, reached out to him, he made it super easy. You know, at the time, the
He's a good
technology
dude.
wasn't what it is now. So he got me, you know, interviews, told me, you know, got me the best job I could get. So kudos to him. And he was a former BMed, knew the field, and wanted to help military people. So he was a great recruiter and helped, right? There's a lot of people that jump into this, like they recruit for every job, electricians, plumbers, right? They don't know anything about our field.
they don't
Like,
care.
what if they worked with somebody like a group like us or other people that could validate that? Because they know nothing about this person that's coming out. They're just trying to get them the most money, not even telling them, not even caring about, a lot of them don't even care about where they're going or whatever, not telling them every opportunity that comes, right?
like what if the recruiters worked with a group of people that could vet that person and say, yeah, this guy's quality, knows it, and then you can go to those people, like the
Yeah, but the
people
problem is
hiring.
a lot of those recruiters aren't working with those people. They
Do you know how many calls I get from recruiters, especially in imaging? Like a lot of imaging people jump because pay. They're looking for the next dollar. A lot of them stay. But a lot of imaging engineers jump. I get calls from because the industry is so small. Hey, do you know this guy? He's coming to work. He's putting his application. And I'm like, yeah, I know him. I try not to give too much information, but I get calls literally every day asking if I know this person. When the recruiter has no idea, like they're going through a recruiter, and then the company that's hiring is calling people like us that know the industry and may have known this person, especially if they have experience, and asking us or asking me to look at his resume. So the recruiters, even though the recruiters are making the money, they're utilizing us because we're mostly nice people. They're going to help
Yeah.
for free
They're
to vet them.
helping them get their paycheck with our knowledge and our.
Yeah.
Yes. Our resources.
But
I've
will
had
not-
recruiters
they will
call
not-
me and
they
ask
won't
if I
give
know
you-
this guy or is he good, or hey, he went to RSTI, or he was where you were. Do you know him? Can you vouch for him? I'm like, yeah. I mean, they're utilizing us to make, which, but there are. I don't want to put every recruiter in the same bucket because they're not. But
They're in, for the most part, they're in the same bucket. I've got plenty of buckets. Let me go get a bucket because they're in the same bucket. I'm going to tell you as a fact. Yes, I care about people and I care about them going to where they need to go according to their
no,
own
I'm saying
aspirations.
80% of them are probably in one bucket.
I'd put
20%.
95% of them, they just want their paycheck. The fact of the matter is most of them don't give a single shit about what you want as a technician for your career. I said it earlier in this.
Well, you know what? Then that means, and you're doing great, but that means us as an industry has been doing a shitty job when we let that happen. When we let we don't.
We're a
So you're,
high
like-
demand career field, high demand and high pay. High demand, high pay. It's like real estate agents right now. Real estate agents, I'm a real estate agent. Oh, I get 6% of your $1.5 million house for doing what? It's the same exact thing. The thing is they do little effort to get you there. They don't look at your resume. They don't coach you to make sure that that's really where you want to go as a technician, because every single body's technical skills is different. Every single person. I look at everybody as an individual. I want to talk to them and see where they want to go as a technician. Where do you want to go? Why do you want to go there? If you want to go into imaging, could you tell me the difference between a CT and MR? If you can't even tell me that, then you are absolute shit as a candidate for imaging. I'm just saying that. And that goes to everybody that's viewing this. If you cannot even tell me that one thing, but yet you want to go into imaging, you do your own research, because there's a lot of.
Everybody wants to go into imaging.
Yeah, I know.
Well, plus, well, they might not even know their value too. Like where they can get. Like if you look at the resume and talk to them and understand, like I think we just start JCD3 imaging right now, or
Well, guys.
or recruiting.
Guys, so I'm saying we have a lot of experience between every single one of you guys. I have access to a lot of people. Obviously, I have a lot of candidates that have signed up. Each and every one of you has a very unique perspective on this industry. If we were to start our own recruiting service, we would be hugely successful. I have access to a lot of people. You guys know each. You know the business sense. You know the imaging sense. You know whether or not they're going to make a damned of a technician. We all have the ability to create one awesome company if we wanted to get into recruiting, and we would put other recruiting companies out of business. We would. And we would probably do it better, because the fact of the matter is everybody has certain traits. If you cater to those traits and you endorse them, you're good at paperwork. Okay, maybe you should go into administration or management. You're awesome, but you're really bad at documentation. Maybe you should just be a field service tech or something. Everybody has their strengths and weaknesses and aspirations.
I mean, 95% of the people I've ever hired through my whole career have been either people I knew people that I knew or that recommended them, or some, yeah, and I would say less than 5% were from recruiters that worked out. It was all people I knew or people that somebody I knew recommended.
Well,
So I just gonna say this real quick. If you're interested in going into field service and you suck at documentation, the number one reason I always have to fire technicians is because they fucking suck at documentation. They don't turn in their hours, so they don't justify them getting a paycheck.
I
Or
know.
one job a fucking day and sit at home on the clock and wonder why they got let go because they're not turning in paperwork or doing the work. I'm just saying.
But that leads
one
to
reason
another
why I let go
question.
of technicians.
So would you, if you had 10 people like that, if you had a company of 100 people, 100 technicians, and you had 10 technicians that were awesome, that sucked at paperwork, would you let them all go or hire a person to help them with their paperwork?
Well, there's always an instance for corrective training or to
that's a good
figure
one.
out, can I make them more accessible to do the job. So, for instance, I have a technician right now. He's a fantastic technician, but he sucks at paperwork. And I found that in the field, he was unable to turn in his work orders real time or close things out because he did not have the accessibility. So I went out and I purchased him a tablet of my own personal money that I later got reimbursed with the company. So that way he can close out work orders real time, turn in his billing. And hence that time, he has been able to remain more productive than he ever was before that since. I'll always give a person corrective action or the opportunity to figure out why they're not successful. But more often than not, the people that I've had to let go, it's because they don't want to do it.
Huh. That's a good point. You know, the fact of the matter is we as management can only empower people. We can lead the horse to water, but you can't make him drink.
Yes, sir.
And that's exactly where we stop as a career field. And honestly, I welcome a lot of people into our career field that aren't biomeds. But the fact of the matter is you have to take it from there. You have to do your own due diligence when it comes to research. You have to do your own due diligence when it comes to documentation. I mean, I can only take you so far. So, and that goes for every single one of you. You guys all have unique perspectives.
Which everybody's perspective is validated. I appreciate every one of your perspectives.
Yeah. That's
You're all
that's why
Did
these
you-
kind of things are
beautiful
so
people.
important, just because we all have different views, and like open conversation and dialogue and fighting is good. Like,
Did you just tell me my feelings are real and valid, Chase?
Yes, the hell I did.
I would hug the hell out of you right now.
So here's what's interesting, right? I think all of us are singing from the same music sheet, right? But the big problem is, how do we find these individuals that are interested and motivated to explore something new, to act creatively, and to give this a chance, right? And again, going back to me going to this HOSA conference on Tuesday and realizing like 20% of the 40% of these high school students actually knew what the industry was. That's promising, right? And it's honestly surprisingly high number. So the question then becomes, how do we get these people to take the next step? How do we ensure that they're compensated in a way that helps them stay in the industry, right?
Okay.
And furthermore, pursue the experience that continues to make them competitive while creating a relationship with OEMs that facilitates clinical success. I think like it as long-winded and ironically as short as what I just presented, I think that's almost everything we've talked about tonight.
Yeah, it really is.
I mean,
Dustin,
that's a lot to break break down though. So like, first of all, like what people? So are we talking like, you know, military trained biomeds or somebody that wants to get into the field? Because it's a totally different um, scenario. Like I think there's a lot of people that want like might not know about it. And then like there's a lot of great like the CBET program. It's fucking great. Honestly, like, and if you have, you know, we have to make a non-traditional way to get into the field that is accepted throughout the field, right? Like, you know, it's pretty much military or the tech schools that they hire out of, right? What about like you just graduate high school 18, you don't want to go to college, you're, you know, electronically proficient, computer savvy. There's a program that we should have that CBET kind of somewhat has. You go straight into that. If you are interested in this field, like we have to make a pathway that's not the traditional pathway that it is now to
Well,
develop that talent.
I like where you alluded to with that. I was talking to Bill and also David individually, just at separate times over the past year or so. And one thing that they didn't realize is that, you know, you got kids that are exiting high school, they're looking for an opportunity. Um, I know when I was graduating high school, my parents couldn't afford for me to go to college. I got through scholarships. And a lot of these folks, you need to reach them at the parent level saying, "Hey, it's not expensive to send somebody to biomed training. Like it's really affordable, to be honest. And depending on where you're going to, there's a lot of programs set in place, but I think we need to do a better job at, you know, when you're speaking to the kids, also letting them know that, hey, you can go through the training. It's not that long. When you get out, you're going to have a really good chance of getting hired. And from there, the sky's the limit. But more often than not, our main approach is just going out. Let's do a PowerPoint presentation. Let's let them know the job exists, and then just hope that they go into the field.
Yeah, screw PowerPoint. Bring like we should
Exactly.
be when we go like when we you know and I know I haven't done a ton of outreach. I don't know if you guys have. I think you guys maybe you've done some like at high schools, like at the job fairs at high school, whatever. Where like the military is all there and all these other things. Go there and not just go there PowerPoint. Go there, bring some shit out and show them what they can you know like what they would be doing and show them the value of it. And let them know that like, hey, you might spend $20,000 for a year, but you're going to be making $50,000-$60,000 when you get out. You want to go spend 200 grand on a liberal arts degree and make 35 grand for coming out? I mean,
I don't think we're
sorry for
selling
any
the
liberal
right-
arts degree majors out
That
there.
is a big part of it. We are not selling the right information to the consumer.
Fascinating,
Well,
guys.
we have to make it cool. Like, so I was having a conversation with Steve Ellenthorpe the other day, who's the system director with Providence, right? And I told him about my HOSA presentation, and he was talking about when he would go work with high school students, he would take, I think I want to say he called it an oximeter, right? But I think it was something basically he would take a device in that was measuring somebody's heart rate, and he would ask one of the students in the class something that would make them get extremely anxious or nervous. And it was a huge opportunity to basically fuck with one person in the room and to showcase how cool medical equipment is, right? And he had talked about how many times he had done this, and people would get excited, right? Whereas on the downside of my experience on Tuesday, 40% is a good metric, right? 40% of the kids we talked to were familiar with our industry.
That's that I wouldn't have guessed it was that high.
Yeah, that's great. Here's the downside. We only talked to like 30 students. People weren't necessarily showing up to our session and it already was going to be at like a small sample size for Utah. You know what I mean? Like, these are the medical nerds in high school, straight up. And I mean that as a massive compliment. You know, like, I was one of those people back in 2006, but so we're dealing with a small subset. And thankfully, that subset knew our industry, but still a small population. We got to make sure people understand our industry. And furthermore, people outside of high school know how they can be a part of it. Because we're not going to continue to get fed by the military, and there's not enough or healthcare technology management, clinical engineering, biomed schools, whatever the fuck you want
And
to
the
call it.
non-military schools are shit. Most of them. I mean, we've gotten some good. I mean, the training that they do there is like they don't have the funding. They don't have good. The military has all the equipment there. Like a lot of the stuff they're doing is virtual. Like hands-on is unreplaceable. Like that's what's great about.
They're doing what they can.
Yeah, exactly.
which is super important to recognize. But the moral of the story is we need fresh blood. We need to understand what the skill set is that people need to be successful. And we need to let people know we fucking exist.
Yeah,
That's the biggest problem.
that's why you like Chase with your book. Like, there's nobody. I mean, if my son wasn't 15, I would have read it to him instead. But like, you might get, you know, you might have, you don't know the reach that's going to have in 10, 15 years, you know, like, and the stuff Justin was doing with all the, like, you've gotten a lot of exposure from people who had no idea outside of the, you know, international, that had no idea this field existed. Like, that's what we need more of. And yeah, going outside, like, we need to, like, you know, we have the same, you know,
Yeah.
people going to the
Guys,
same thing.
I have rules in life, and my number one rule in life is that people buy into what they relate to. If they never see something, they never relate to it, and thus they never want to participate. And that's why I ascertain that it's very important that we showcase what we do as a career field, every aspect. The people that are project managers, the people that are equipment planners, people that work on chemistry equipment, Fresenius technicians, everybody, if everybody contributes into this realm of clinical engineering, people would understand what it is that we do in a better picture, and they are more likely to participate. People don't jump off the boat into an unknown, and that's just the way it is. The fact of the matter is almost everybody I know that has been a biomed or a imaging engineer, it's by accident. It's because their mother or their nurse, or because they signed up for the military and it was accidental. That's most people I've ever talked to. I always ask them, why did you become a biomed? And almost every single one of them, it's an accident. And that tells me that they're an exception to the rule. The rule is that people buy into what they relate to. And that's why I just want to showcase what we do. Every single one of you guys, I want to showcase what we do from my lens online. Because if I can showcase what imaging engineers do on the daily, some people are going to be like, hey, that's really me. I'm willing to wake up in the middle of the night to travel across the country to go and fix something. A lot of people are not going to think that way. In that case, you should not be an imaging engineer. You're not willing to put forth that kind of effort. Again, you shouldn't be willing to do medical networking or OR if you're not going to work long hours. If you want easy hours, by all means, be infusion pump tester or something like that. But people buy into what they relate to. That's my rule number one in life. And that's something that you guys have to remember, is my lens is only so big. Chase's lens is only so big. So the more people that contribute to social media to showcase what we do as a career field, as an industry, the better off we will be. because people will buy into it.
Yeah.
Well, it's just small, but you know, I do well with the size I have.
Yes.
Yeah, and we need to get those like
Pretty-minded
those
son of a bitch.
17-year-old
It's the motion in the ocean, brother.
the 17-year-olds that dropped out of high school that are modding their Xboxes and like, I mean, gotta get. I mean, there's so many people that would be great at this field that don't even know
Dude,
it's.
that's one of my hobbies I do on my free time. I have 23 gaming systems that I've modded to some modicum.
Yeah, exactly. Point proven.
Yeah, I have a video game collection probably valued somewhere between 25 to 30 grand of just like, because I like taking apart those machines, you know, throwing LEDs in them, doing upgrade kits to them, converting, you know, composite to HDMI or whatever. Like there's all kinds of cool shit with that. I mean, I usually say biomeds are either really weird or really nerdy or some combination of both. I got a Lego set on my table right now of the fucking the DeLorean from Back to the Future that I'm putting together right now.
Oh, dude, I love Legos.
I love Lego.
I got the Ghostbuster vehicle right there.
The Super Mario
So, by
Legos
the way,
took it
if
up.
any of you guys want to come to North Carolina, I need a teammate. So I just registered to they have the Whitewater Center here where they train for like the Olympics. It's like a kind of it's at the Catawba River. So you get to build your own boat and then you go down it and whoever wins. And it's like kind of fun too, like you can dress up.
I would do that in a heartbeat.
I'm making Noah's Ark.
Cool in the chat.
But yeah, it's Saturday if you guys there'll be video of it. But yeah, I signed up to do it. So we're making a boat. Which is
Mr. Paul Gatley Jr. said, "State why each of us became a biomed." I think that just try to make it as simple as possible why you became a biomed, or got
why
a
I did.
D1 or
Oh, am I D1 yet? No. All right.
you're D1 anytime you want, buddy.
Go ahead, D1.
Oh,
Damn, you just stole my title, Chase.
uh-oh.
I'm D1. I'm D1.
You're D1A. He's D1B.
I like that better.
Well,
Mighty Ducks 2 is better than Mighty Ducks 1, so I'll go D2.
yeah, I mean, talk to your wife about it, Dustin.
Yeah, I don't want to.
Hey guys.
All right, so
Hey guys.
I don't even know how she found that video. Like,
I have an
like-
interesting question that came in, everybody. So, Paul Gatley says, state why each of you became a biomed.
yeah, that's what we're talking about.
No, I want to know why.
Yeah.
all
Why?
right, go ahead, D1.
Yeah.
Where do you
He's gone.
So
Oh, yeah, he's back. All right.
yeah, I'm here.
you look like you're about to shoot at MTV Cribs.
Well, I gotta go throw a steak on for my girl in a second, but I'm not a biomed, okay? And I definitely want to be careful when I say that because I love this industry. It's offered opportunities for me that have been mind-blowing. I'm very much a business process and analytics guy, and I offer support. Okay, so when I managed 5 different shops and the ancillary groups I did, it was all about all of you are smarter than me. What do you need? And how can I go fight the political battles for you? And that was always my role, right? And one of the things I've found throughout my career, Kate, so I worked in food and nutrition, procurement, finance, and healthcare technology management. But I've always been within healthcare, okay? Healthcare is my passion. And when it comes down to the full patient care experience, the environment of care is everything. Healthcare technology management, facilities, EVS, and safety and security I would argue are the backbone of healthcare. And I love being here. And I will do everything I can to support these groups. Do I know how to perform a repair or even a PM on an anesthesia unit? Hell no. Do I know how to have a shitty conversation with, I think it was Advanced Sterilization Products back in the day that used to manage the stair ads?
Yeah.
Where they were
Fucking hate
completely fucking us, and we
Still,
chose to go
to this day.
in-house, and we saved $200,000 by getting one engineer trained. I will have those conversations. I will make sure we get the appropriate training, the appropriate backup from a contractual perspective, and the parts needed to be successful. That's what I do. I can't repair shit. And that's important to understand.
I have a feeling you
But-
could.
I could. I've PM'd a couple of oxygen concentrators. Okay, I will put that out there for our home care division.
He knows
But-
that something's flowing right.
So that's my response. That's why I got into this space.
No, I get
was
it.
Very
I get it.
much by chance, but I love it.
At this moment, Dustin has to go give his girl a steak. So yeah, Nick's-
Whoa, dude. It's going to make her a steak.
Yeah,
He has the
okay,
meat.
I'm sorry. I mistook that. He has to go give her a steak. Either
mean,
way, steaks are
We don't know,
involved.
that might be code for
Hey,
something.
ain't no shame.
Yeah.
I have not had any sort of food yet tonight.
That's
So
a sexy steak, sir. Be sure to give it a slap for me.
that's right.
Medium rare, right?
Hey,
Always.
seafood. All right, guys. So to kind of tie this all up, you know, the whole entire game here is to get people involved, and the fact of the matter is there's a lot of people with a lot of experience, and they want to contribute to this atmosphere, this community, and that's why I've invited a lot of these people here to be with the show for me tonight on this live stream. And you know, between Dustin and Chase, there's years and years. There's over a century worth of experience between everybody here on this live stream. And we just want to let you guys know that we care about the future of healthcare, and we all have our own experiences. They're very unique. And if that's something that you haven't gained from this, you should know that we all have very unique experiences when it comes to legalities, when it comes to management, etc. So each and every one of us has a unique perspective. And that's why I want to involve these talks from now forward. This is our first of probably many talks. And Dustin, and Chase, thank you very much for joining us tonight. Guys, please let's go ahead and let's close this out, and let's talk about what you guys perceive going forward, because in the next few months there's a lot of stuff that's going to happen. So Dustin, starting with you, what do you perceive going forward? What's going to be going on with you? And I hope to have you back on the show. Okay.
Oh, yeah, of course. I'm always happy to talk with you. Me and you have talked many times over the years. And that's what's great about this group. I think you'll find we're all pretty open, honest, not very politically correct. But yeah, we all care a lot, though. And we all care about this industry. And I think any of us would do anything to help anybody that wants to get in it. And I'm sure Justin, yeah, feel free to share my email with anybody that wants to reach out. I will help anybody. Justin's done a ton for this community. Will help on his own dime, help anybody out, because we all care. And the future, I think, is I think it's this. I think it's open conversation and helping and convincing, companies and stuff that how to do it the right way and not care. I mean, the bottom line is obviously somewhat important to companies, but doing it the right way and helping each other and, saving fucking lives is what it's all about. It sounds cliche, I do it for the patient, but we fucking do. And if you don't, then don't be in the field. If you don't care about, the patient and like your mom or son or could be on that equipment and doing it the right way, then don't get in it. Because I mean, a lot of people say that just to say it, but it's fucking true for the people that truly believe in this.
Very much so. This is a commitment. Yep.
And Dustin could fix shit. And his job is, he's smart as hell. He won't tell you that, but he's his business mind and the way that he interacts with all of us, he understands our field and he's invaluable. So he says he's not smart, but he's pretty smart. He's just shit at pool.
Ooh.
The gauntlet
Damn,
has bro,
dude.
hit him in the nads, bro.
Oh no.
Damn.
Oh,
Hit me
castrated.
with pool at the end of it. So I'll tack onto my asshole friend D2 here. At the end of the day, it all comes back to patient care. Let's not overcomplicate it. Let's seriously think about that. Like, we provide a massive service, and that's ensuring that medical devices are available for clinicians to do what they have to do. And there's a tremendous amount of coordination that comes with that. And I would argue that's where I personally have kind of a unique opportunity, right? When I look at coordinating with vendors or independent service organizations, I see annoying paperwork and money. And that's it. I haven't had to deal with like the obnoxiousness of trying to contact these individuals, trying to get them to play nice. I've always been restricted to kind of the financial aspect of it and the tracking aspect of it. And so I'm not jaded. I still see a very positive future out there where we can all work in this nice ecosystem. And I haven't had to deal with a lot of the bullshit others have. And so I still see this as very plausible that we're all doing the right thing, and vendors are a massive part of that. So I'm honored to be here, and yeah, I'll definitely do my part to help out.
Excellent. Thanks, man. Thank you
So-
very much.
I figured, Justin, you're going to want to finish it off. So, oh man. So this has been like, I just started back, since the kid was born. And I want to touch on something Dustin D2, sometimes D1 Zimmerman said, is you never know what equipment's going to be working for your benefit of a family or a friend. The hospital that my son was born at is a hospital I directly take care of for biomedding. So that is something that I try to hit home with everybody is if you're interested in this field, treat everything you work on that it's for you, your friends, your family's benefit, or it doesn't matter, for anybody's benefit. People get into this field to provide betterment of patient safety and patient care in general. It doesn't matter. If you're chasing it for opportunity or money, this may not be the field for you, because there are going to be some really crummy embrace the suck days. And the biomeds that I have had the pleasure of working with that I think are, way more either smarter or more of a technician than me, they embrace those suck days because they know what they do matters. Now, as in regards to what's in the future for me, like I said, I just started season 3. I hope to keep doing that. I'm glad to finally be back on the mic in front of the camera, because I need to make sure I had enough sleep before I start talking to people. I get a little grouchy if I don't get enough sleep. So I'm excited to continue that. Now that I have the book published, that was one major venture that I wanted to get done. But the next venture I have in mind, which I'm assuming Justin's going to throw more ventures my way, the way he keeps talking. Someone in the chat mentioned Dirty Jobs Microbes. I want to work with key figures in our industry, and I've already had discussions with some people that we are going to work to produce a biomed documentary. And I'm seeing this as an opportunity to where we can have field service technicians, people in-house, OEMs, vendors work all together to do like a videography of what we do day to day and kind of give like the backdoor, synopsis of what we might experience and different things, whether it's good, bad, ugly, whatever. And then see if we can put that out to general streaming platforms or something. And that'll just be another avenue that we can inform people and maybe entice people to visit the field. I'm all about going through alternative media and doing things outside the box that obviously, I'm pretty sure the PowerPoint and the magazines and the LinkedIn posts, there's folks already doing that to an incredible rate. I'm going to do things my way, just as Justin's going to do things his way. And eventually we will end up getting to where we want to be, to where whenever I do decide to retire and hang up my multimeter, I can look back and say I did something. So that's where I'm going with it. If you want to check out the show, you can just Bearded Biomed on YouTube, Spotify, Apple. You can go to beardedbiomed.com to get any upcoming information or what's currently going on, new episodes, whatever. I appreciate just being on here, hanging out with my guy Justin and Dustin. And this has been fun.
It's true. I'm sorry, Chase. You are the oddball out of the group. It's because the Austin, it just kind of throws everybody off. I'm sorry, man, but you are absolutely right. Guys, I do have some very big plans when it comes to the future of biomed and when it comes to the business plans. These are the people that are the future of this industry. And a lot of you might not want to accept that, but the fact of the matter is the 4 people that are on this chat right here, these are the people that are going to move this industry forward at a much more rapid pace. It's a fact. And we are working on a bunch of things behind the scenes that you guys probably won't find out about for another 4 to 5 months, maybe longer. And the fact of the matter is that you should understand that this industry is going to push forward so hard. We have fresh ideas. We have so many motivations on how to incorporate young people. And the fact of the matter is this industry is going to change. The change is going to be that we're going to involve younger people. We're going to offer better training. We are going to offer things for more freedom of information. And that, it means right to repair is going to be an aspect. Right to information, when it comes amongst your own industry, your own partners, people have to share information. We're a skilled trade. We have to share information. And everybody here supports that. So guys, I just want to say thank you all, every single one of you, for joining this. This is number 1 of a whole series of these chats. And we covered a whole lot of topics. I understand that it may be way up here, but the fact of the matter is we're just trying to shine a light on this industry, what's been going on. This is the future. The 4 people here, this is the 4 people that are going to...
And you guys, obviously.
We, each and every one of us, are going to propel this industry forward. We have talked offline about business, opportunities, etc. The 4 people here, we are going to propel this whole entire industry forward. We will. So, guys, stay tuned. We're going to have another chat coming up. Absolutely. Thank you, Dustin, and Chase. Thank you guys all so very much for your Saturday evening. And everyone, thank you for tuning in. And all you post viewers, thank you for watching. Stay tuned. I'm going to leave the LinkedIn information for everybody that was involved in this chat down below. And if you have any questions, go ahead and leave them in the video remarks and we'll try and answer them maybe in a future video. All right? Okay, guys. Thank you all.
Guys.
Absolutely. Enjoy your weekends. Everybody, leave your questions down below so that we will have future content, I'm sure.
Thanks, everyone.